Chapter 1. Vanessa. 1 year earlier. The words that I can never say out loud, rip through my head violently. This is going to be impossible. I have to stop myself from shuddering in front of my mother, who is looking at me with her usual critical eye. My mother sits in the middle of the small living room of our tiny house with her hands folded in her lap. This is going to be impossible. I want to say the words out loud. I am dying to say the words out loud. My mother speaks then, as if she read my mind. Maybe she did. Or maybe she sees the pure desperation on my face. "You failed," she spits. "You failed again." I lower my head. My 2 younger siblings, who are in the other room, go quiet. My face grows warm, and I wrap my arms around my chest. I am thin enough that my arms could practically wrap right around my body if I was a little more flexible. "Well," my mother shifts in her chair. She looks smaller and grubbier than usual. "There's nothing to say about it, except that you will have to go back to the training centre tomorrow and try again. I am sure that Pasar will let you in, no matter how pathetic you have been so far." "Yes, mother." I keep my head bent, my voice low and respectful. I am hungry. I am always hungry. And I am cold, even though New Solus is warm as it always is. I am walking from the human village in the west of New Solus, to the north of the city where the Xaphanian training centre is based. I approach the base of the hill that leads out of my village, and I sigh as I stare up the length of the hill. "I pray that I make it," I mutter to myself. The prayer feels empty, but it is one that I say every day anyway, no matter how empty or useless it feels. I pray that I make it. I'm not only praying to get up the hill. I am praying that today is the day. I am praying that today I get through the Xaphanian trials. I am praying that today I get my wings. Because I am not quite sure what I will do if I don't. I have been trying to gain my wings since I was 18. It has been a brutal trial trying to gain my wings, which has caused so many broken bones, scars, and burns. Trying to gain my wings has broken me over and over again. But maybe today is the day. I pray that I make it. The walk up the hill is treacherous. I haven't eaten since yesterday evening. This morning, there was only enough bread for my mother and my younger sister. My brother and I allowed them to eat. My father was passed out drunk, so I'm not sure he even noticed that he hasn't eaten in days. My brother will be fine. He works on the docks, and they'll take pity on him there, so he will probably have a semi-decent lunch. But I won't. It's your own fault. If you had just worked harder, if you had just earned your wings, you would be living a good life right now. As a human in New Solus, trying to earn Xaphanian wings, trying to become one of those beings, is one of the most sought-after achievements ever. Gaining your wings means you become one of the Xaphans. It means unlimited wealth and recognition. It means you get power. It means you never have to worry about anything ever again. It means your family is taken care of. And very, very few humans have ever actually accomplished this. Most humans who try to gain their wings are irreparably damaged and disabled in the process, and quite a large percentage of humans die trying to gain their wings. It takes me half the day to get to the Xaphanian training centre. I am dizzy and cold, and my throat is painfully dry when I get there. I am shivering, and bile rises in my throat as I approach the doors. I can't keep doing this. My thoughts are almost frantic as I slow down. My breath hitches in my throat, and my stomach, empty as it is, turns several times. I can't keep doing this. I arrive home close to midnight. My father is nowhere to be seen when I walk in, and both my siblings are asleep. But my mother is awake. Maybe she'll let me stop today. Maybe today she'll let me give up. I can probably get a job at the docks, or as a servant. That will help us out financially. But I dread asking my mother this. I dread asking her to give me permission to stop. I dread asking her for help. She has wanted me to gain my wings to get us out of poverty since I was a child. This is the one thing she wants me to do for her, and if I give up, I'll disappoint her beyond measure. But today was another disastrous day. Today, I barely had the strength to lift my body off the ground. Today, the Xaphans in charge of the training, including Pasar, just laughed cruelly at me. Why won't she let me work, instead of forcing me to do this futile exercise? This thing that will never result in anything. I know that at some point in her youth, before my mother met my father, she also tried to gain her wings. She also failed several times. She met my father then, who at the time was a young, successful dockworker. She thought that my father would bring us wealth through his connections with the Zaphans and the Gorgons. But humans never get anywhere on Arasak, especially not on New Solus. My father became a drunk very early in their marriage, and his drinking became worse after my mother gave birth to me. And then my mother had her accident after the birth of my youngest sibling. And her life, as she put it, was over. How did it go? My mother's voice is sharp and unforgiving when she speaks to me. There is not a hint of kindness in it. She already knows what my answer will be. I wouldn't have come home if it had been a good day. Mother. She remains completely unmoved as I fling myself to the ground, kneeling next to her chair and sobbing. My chest rattles as I cry silently. Please, I cannot keep doing this. I cannot go on. Please, it's going to kill me. She inhales heavily. When I look up at her, her face is blank. Vanessa, do you really think that giving up is an option? Do you really think you have a choice? Look at us. Look at how we're living. Gaining your wings is the only way for us to get out of this. I can get a job. I sniff and try to wipe my tears away. I can work. That will bring the money in. My mother's face twists angrily. You want me to continue living in this hovel? You want me to continue living among these degenerates? She gestures at the front door, pointing towards our neighbours. I deserve a life of wealth and prestige. She raises her voice, and I shiver at the anger in it. My life ended when I gave birth to you. You owe me this. So don't you dare give up, or just don't come home. Okay, I say as calmly as I can after I have stopped crying. Okay, I'll try again tomorrow. My mother breaks into a pleased smile and pats my face softly with her wizened hand. I try to lean into her hand, but she pulls away too quickly and I nearly fall over. Make me a cup of tea. She shifts in a chair, and I do not miss the way she grimaces in pain. I nod obediently and stand up, even though my right leg is aching from today's exercises. As I go about and make the tea, using an old tea bag that I stored away for my mother a few weeks ago, I search my mind for ways to get through the trials. You heard her. You don't have a choice. You'll just have to get through it. After I hand my mother her cup of tea, I head up to the attic where I sleep every night. Before I collapse into my bed, I examine my new wounds. I have a gash on my arm that stopped bleeding several hours ago. Now it is simply covered in dried blood, and an ugly blue-green bruise has spread around the edges of the gash. I also have several cuts and scrapes on my face. I sigh as I get into bed. I will bathe in the morning. For now, though, I have to figure out a way to get through the trials. For now, I have to figure out a way to gain my wings and become a Zaphan, without dying first.
Chapter 2. Kalius. Present day. I fucking hate these journeys. I growl the words as waves crash into the boat I am on. The Gorgon who is manning the vessel lets out a gruff laugh, but quiets down when I let out another low growl. I left Ikoth this morning against my better judgment for my usual trip to New Solus. A lot of my business is based in the Zaphanian city, and after nearly 15 years of running my family business, I'm used to the journey. That doesn't mean I have to like it. What makes this journey worse is that I had business with Ikoth's king last night. King Vagthimun has become particularly tetchy since the Zaphans declared their intention to expand their military base on New Solus. This damn ceasefire isn't working. Why don't we just go back to war and end things? My thoughts are as tetchy as King Vagthimun's tone was last night as I think about our relations with the Zaphans. The boat docks at Gleb's port as the sun is setting, and I groan loudly as I lift my heavy body from the small, cramped seat and walk to the waiting carriage. I hate the Zaphans, like all demons do. I hate doing business with them, even though New Solus is one of the most prosperous cities in Arasak. And I hate being sent on what could be called an espionage mission to scope out what they are doing with their military endeavors. When the ceasefire was first signed, most of Arasaka sighed with relief. The war had been long, brutal, and bloody, and frankly, the only ones who hadn't been materially or financially affected by it were the Xafans. The ceasefire helped the rest of Arasaka recover, and things have been better. But everyone knows that the Xafans do not mean to remain peaceful for long, and that fact is even more clear now that they've decided to expand their military base. My driver pulls away from the ports immediately, and we head through Glebe's main city to the outskirts. This is another reason why I hate traveling to New Solis. It is so goddamned long. To get to New Solis by tomorrow, we'll have to travel over a mountain pass called the Ridge, which connects the two continents. At least this thing is bigger than my seat on the boat, I say, as I shift in my seat in the carriage. The driver says nothing as we head up the gravel road that leads to the ridge. I fall asleep, which is not something I allow myself to do often, but I am exhausted. When I open my eyes, the sun is rising and the carriage is trundling into New Solis. I can feel the physical change on the road as we cross from Glebe into New Solis. The road becomes smooth and even, and the sound of wheels grinding over gravel falls away. I squint as golden light bursts into my frame of vision. I always forget how much the Xafans like their gold, I think to myself, and snort as we roll down a hill and through a beautiful suburban neighborhood. I cannot help but think of my hometown in Ikoth, Nixia. Nixia is a tiny town at the base of one of Ikoth's volcanoes. It is a lush, beautiful village that thrums with life. What I love about Nixia is that it isn't a big city like Sarzirok or New Solis. It is a small, quaint village that thrives economically and has no need to line its streets with gold to make a point the way New Solis does. This trip will be over soon. Just get through it as peacefully as you can and then go back home. My driver drops me off at one of New Solis's premium hotels. I drop my bags off and head straight to the ports. I feel refreshed after sleeping in the carriage, and I just want to get this over and done with as soon as possible. "Kalius, you big bastard!" The voice, gruff and loud, calls out to me the minute I step onto the ports. I turn wearily as my friend and business partner, Dimhi, walks up to me. "I should have known you would be here," I say as I shake his hand. I'm not unaware of the way nearly everyone is looking at me as Dimhi and I speak. I'm taller and larger than everyone on this port. I'm even taller and larger than Dimhi, who is a Gorgon and is over 6 feet tall. "You shouldn't have worn the cape," I think exasperatedly. I've always been an imposing figure, but as I've grown older and allowed my hair and beard to grow out, I've been likened to a monster. Dimhi and I talk as we walk from the ports to the markets. I nod at several of the traders who have stands at the market. All of them work for me. They straighten up and stop chatting, smoking, or drinking, and focus on the business in front of them. They know that there will be consequences, horrible consequences, if they do not meet their daily targets. I might try to avoid New Solis as much as possible, but the city brings in good business, which I cannot ignore. "Did you get the new shipment in?" Dimhi asks me as we walk to the part of the market where the slaves are sold. "Yes," I murmur as I keep my eye on one of my slave traders. "They came from Vesnios, correct?" "Yes. Some Xafans wanted to buy it, but considering it was a shipment of dried pilna flowers, I didn't want to sell it to them." "Of course not." I turn my attention back to Dimhi. "We don't need the Xafans in control of the drug trade." My voice is sharp, and Dimhi stiffens. I soften my voice as we continue to walk. Everyone around us gives us a wide berth. "Well, the Unseelie bought it. They won't sell it," Dimhi says, after the slight awkwardness between us has passed. "Knowing them, they'll probably snort it themselves." I let out a dry laugh. That would be like them. We come to a stop in front of another slave trader's table, one who does not work for me. And that is when I see her. She is in a large cage huddled up to another woman, a pregnant woman. She is human, with the largest, darkest, most vivid blue eyes I've ever seen. The world comes to a halt. My world comes to a halt. because suddenly all that exists is her. She's filthy, is the first coherent thought in my head when I finally start to think again. Because she is. The human girl who has so quickly, so intensely caught my attention is covered underneath layers of grime. Her body, painfully thin and bony, is covered in bruises. Her hair, which I am sure is beautiful, is matted and almost gray. I want her. It's the first thing I say, interrupting Dimhi, who is still speaking about the dried Pilna shipment. What? He asks me, his voice confused. Her. I point at the human girl who isn't looking at me. I want to buy her. Dimhi looks at her carefully and then turns doubtful eyes to me. You want a human girl? Who looks like that? She's stunning. I breathe the words. I cannot take my eyes off her. Her beauty aside, there is an aura surrounding her. An aura of frailty. An aura begging me to take care of her. And I want her. Well, I suppose there's no accounting for taste, Dimhi says slowly, thoughtfully. Dimhi, who would fuck anything that moves, cocks his head to the side, as if he is considering her. A streak of uncontrollable anger flares through me at the thought of Dimhi with her. With my girl. My human girl. Don't even think about it, I snap, and the venom in my voice carries all the way to the table next to us, sending the patrons of the table fleeing. She's all yours. Dimhi raises his hands in surrender. But are you sure you want someone like that? She looks like she requires a lot of work. Look at her. She's limping. We both watch as the human girl moves around the cage. Her right leg drags behind her, and she winces with pain when she sits down in a corner of the cage. She needs me, I murmur. She won't be any good. Dimhi knows it is futile to try and talk me out of it. Out of her. But he tries anyway. You'll spend more money fixing her up than you'll ever get back from her. If you want a plaything that badly, then get one of those nice ones over there. Dimhi jerks his head eagerly towards a pretty, plump woman who is staring suggestively at us. You have money. You can spend it on her if you want to. I bark at Dimhi. But I want her. She is mine. Chapter 3. Callias. She is mine. My voice when I speak is low and rumbling, but to me it feels like every person in the market can hear me. I turn to look at Dimhi, and my rage and dangerous obsession must show on my face, because he takes an involuntary step back, and his eyes widen. All I can see is her. Even when I'm turned away from her, all I can see are her blue eyes. I take a deep breath, and Dimhi gives a cautious smile before he opens his mouth to speak. I realize when he does speak that I've never heard the Gorgon sound afraid before. Callias. His voice is as cautious as the smile on his face. I'm sure you'll have her, but you need to calm down. You're looking a little crazy here. I notice then that the people around us are giving us space. When I look down, I see that my hands are curled into fists, and the deep rumbling that I am hearing is coming from me. I need her. The words come out of me almost reluctantly. But it is the truth. She is mine, and I need her. I haven't needed anyone for a long time, although my housekeeper, Nesria, would disagree. I learned when I was very young that reliance is a curse, and dependence is a death sentence. I learned it, watching my mother become an alcohol-fueled sap, all because she relied on my father to be the perfect partner she needed. I learned it after realizing that my mother couldn't give my father what he needed, and I learned it even more after watching my father chase any woman willing to fuck him just to get out of the house. I haven't needed anyone for a long time. Until now. Okay, let's find out who she is, and how much she costs. Dimhi speaks as reassuringly as he can and places a light hand on my shoulder before he steers me to the table close to the cage that holds the human women. Good day! Xaphen looks up and greets us cheerily, although there is a dark twinkle in his eyes that I don't believe bodes well. Would you like to see my wares? We've got a lot of pretty young things available, perfect for doing work that your servants refuse to do. My name is Camuel, by the way. How much is she? I do not bother with introductions. All I do is point at the human woman, my human woman. Camuel looks slightly surprised at the woman I have selected. Her name is Vanessa, but are you sure she is who you want? I'm sure that an esteemed demon such as yourself would want someone more able-bodied. I let out a low growl at the sarcasm in Camuel's voice on the words esteemed demon, and his eyes go wide with fright. Callias! Daimhi places a placating hand on my lower arm, and I seem to snap back into my body. Your tentacles are out, Daimhi murmurs, and I blink as angry darkness fades from my vision. I very rarely let my tentacles out. I'm fearsome enough on my own. But the tentacles made of shadow and smoke have extended from my back. I can feel them, even though they have no substance, rolling and twisting. They are ready to kill. The thought is unbidden and unwanted, and I force my body to swallow them before Camuel shits himself from fear. Dimmy only removes his hand from my arm when the tentacles are gone. In the meantime, Camuel has regained his composure. She'll be sold at an auction in 3 days' time, Camuel informs me, his voice still carrying a tinge of fear. The starting price will be 300 nodals, but she won't be good for much. She's got a bum leg. The urge to shake the Zaphon, to pull his head from his body, is so strong. I must exude my rage because Daimi places a firm arm around my broad shoulders and practically drags me away from the table. You need to cool down. You'll buy her. You'll get her. But you need to cool down. Dimhi walks me back to the hotel, which is close to the ports, and leads me directly to the hotel's bar. He orders a drink and shoves it at me. I swallow it quickly and another full drink is placed in my hands immediately. Just keep drinking until you relax, Dimhi says, his voice soothing and quiet. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he does. All I can think of is the blue-eyed woman, and how I'm going to make her mine. We sit in the hotel drinking until the sun sets. When the sun does set, a few slave traders walk into the bar. Camuel isn't among them, but I hear one of them, another Zaphon, talk about him. I cannot help but listen in on the conversation. You might learn something about her. About your girl. Camuel has a whole bunch of rejects from the trials. The Zaphon laughs. I don't know why these idiotic humans keep trying. None of them are strong enough to get their wings. They make good entertainment, though, and they're so determined. Especially that one with the leg. She really didn't want to give up. Oh, well, she'll be someone else's problem now, but I don't think anyone will buy her. Who wants a servant who cannot walk properly? Daimhi lunges off his chair as I stand and throw my chair back. He grabs me and pulls me away from the bar and out of the room. Okay, that's enough, Dimhi says almost furiously. You need to go to sleep. He drags me up the stairs to my room, and I follow him blindly. I know he is right. I cannot simply go around killing any of the Zaphon on New Solus, not with the peace treaty in place, and especially not now that King Vagthamon is worried about the state of the peace treaty. Cool down, Dimhi tells me in a firm voice and shuts the hotel door behind me. I wake up late the day after my arrival in New Solus. My thoughts when I wake up go to my human woman immediately. But the auction is only tomorrow, and there is actual business I need to attend to until I make her mine. After I finish my morning ablutions, I head downstairs to where Dimhi waits for me. Are you feeling better? Dimhi's voice is cautious again. I shrug and down the cup of kafo that he hands me. I just want the auction to happen already, I grumble as we walk out of the hotel into the market, where we need to speak to some of our traders. I look around for her when we reach the market, and I go up to every cage, but there is no sight of her. Where the fuck is she? I think frustratedly to myself. I clench my jaw and allow Daimhi to do most of the talking. I'm quite sure that most of the people who work for and with us believe that Daimhi is the actual owner of the business. They probably just think that I am the muscle. I give a barking laugh at this thought. I spent all my time after my father passed away more than a decade ago, working on the business. He built it, but I grew it into something enormous, something almost magnificent. And the only way I did that was by being completely and utterly ruthless. I couldn't do it any other way. I made the deals that no one wanted to make. I partnered with the people no one wanted to partner with. And I ensured that my reputation remained intact by breaking whatever bones needed breaking. Now I am one of the wealthiest demons in all of Ikoth. My wealth rivals even that of the kings. And I know that I have even gained the begrudging respect of the Xaphen. They still hate me, but they know that my money is worth something. After we finish at the market, Dimmy takes me to a bar close to the beach. The bar, like all bars on New Solus, is filled with creatures from all over Arasak. There are even a few unseelie fae lingering outside, sipping cocktails. We find a table, and Dimhi goes off to order for us. When I look up from my hands, I see that a matron demon has slid into Demi's seat. She has a smile on her face and rests her cheek against the palm of her hand, outstretching her tentacles that radiate from her back. Well, it isn't every day that we get a beautiful demon like you in here. She purrs the words and reveals sharp, white fangs that curve over her lower lip. I'm not interested, I say sharply, harshly. The matron demon sits back quickly as though she has been slapped. Her eyes widen angrily before she gets up quickly from her chair and stomps off. One of her tentacles knocks over the chair she sat in. Demi returns with our drink seconds after she leaves. What did you do now? He asks me, his voice tired. But I do not answer him. All I can think of is her. I say her name then for the first time, as if I'm telling myself a secret or willing something to memory. Vanessa.
Chapter 4. Vanessa. The chains are getting heavier by the minute. I don't know how long we've been standing out here as we let the locals ogle at us. Chamuel, the Xaphen in charge of us, said he wanted to parade us around to gain attention from very favourable buyers. Look at that little skinny one over there. She has nice eyes, don't you think? I hear a matron taunt at me. I try not to glance, but she could be my future mistress. Ha! Eyes big enough to pick. But her body looks easy to break. What a shame. She saunters off with her Volvath companion. Her one and only intention was to frighten me. I don't mind the disinterest. I heard matrons are the most vicious demons all around. I look down at my worn-out clothes and dirtied skin. The veins on my arms and legs are stark in my pale skin. There's only so much I can do to hide how sickly I actually am. My joints are the most visible part of my measly body. The matron's right. I'll break easily. You! Lift up your face so they can see you! Camuel barks at me from the other side of the line. Without a second thought, I stand up straighter than a log. He rolls his eyes at me and continues looking over at the other products. I take a moment to really take in my surroundings, letting myself accept my new reality. Xaphens exchange clothes that look like the gods themselves weaved them. There's an abundance of food, and I haven't seen even a fraction of it. As expected from a Xaphen base, everything's bright and dipped with gold, but I can never dream of experiencing such luxuries. Another matron walks by with her herd of mates. Following the little group are another 3 human slaves carrying their expenses. They glance at me, eyes full of sympathy and pity. They nod their heads at me as if wishing me good luck. Then I watch as they run off behind their masters, terrified of being abandoned. That's exactly what my future looks like. There's no other way around it. Despite the blood rushing to my head, my breath hitching, and my palms getting clammy, I try to keep to myself. I have to think about my family, instead of all the bad things I'll have to endure. This is all for them. You're keeping up the line. Move it, please, the girl behind me mutters. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just lost in thought. I don't care. I bite my lower lip and sheepishly nod while I move up the line. Do you think we'll stand out here for long? I ask her hesitantly. She frowns. I don't know. Not to be mean, but I really don't want to talk to anyone right now. Please leave me alone. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I turn and face front, feeling worse about myself than before. I guess she's having a harder time than me. I just want to know that I'm not completely alone in this. I can't stop thinking about what'll happen to my family. This will cover them for a while. But what about when it's all gone? What will my siblings eat? Will my parents be able to survive without me there? How will they look after themselves as they get older? Will I ever see them again? I mutter to myself. I hear the girl behind me sigh with a groan at the end. I peek at her to see if she heard me. She rolls her eyes before having her amber gaze fall directly to me. You're not going to cry about it, are you? She says incredulously. What? She narrows her eyes. Cry! Are you going to cry? Well, I don't know. Look around you. There's literally nothing left for us to do. Just suck it up and keep your damn pity party to yourself. I was talking to my... Yeah, I know. Do it quietly. I don't want to get in trouble because of you. Okay. I clear my throat and try to keep to myself as much as I can. I try to rationalize her anger as a shield for something deeper. Her eyes are bloodshot with tear stains on her dirty face. Despite not really looking directly at her, I notice some bruises on her arms and throat. They're different from my bruises. Mine don't look like handprints. All right, we're going to be moving right now. If you make the line fall behind, I'm going to whip you 5 times. Don't make me repeat myself, Camuel announces as he walks down the whole line. We start dragging our feet where we're guided. I try not to stumble into the girl in front, noticing she's been hunched over for a while now. I don't know if she's trying to quell the nausea or is already vomiting. I'm surprised I haven't retched already. I feel the knot in my throat and stomach. I'm about to be sold. It's already happening and so soon. I held out hope for so long that I'd earn my wings, but here I am. Just so I'm not a waste to the Xaphans who spent all their time trying to get me through the trials. I'm a disappointment all around, after all. I'm caught up in my thoughts again as I bump into the girl in front. I'm so sorry, I plead, waiting for a nasty response like the other girl. She turns around, and I can see why she's hunched over. She's heavily pregnant. Looking at her face, she can't be much older than me. She carries her large bump with one hand, while covering her mouth with the other. She wasn't trying to prevent herself from vomiting, but she's crying in silence. Her face is red and splotchy. Snot drips from her nostrils, and I see the same handprint bruise on her throat as the other girls. Are you okay? I whisper to her. She shifts between nodding and shaking her head. How far along are you? I ask, looking down at her stomach. I'm nearing the end of my pregnancy. They just took me from my home because my husband had debts with a lot of Xaphans, she explains. My eyes widen. I see. The girl behind shoves me. Hurry the fuck up! The pregnant woman and I rush ahead with the line. I try to give her a supporting hand, but what can I say to her? What if they force me to lose my baby? She gasps before she starts to hyperventilate. I pat her shoulders while looking for every excuse in the book. No, they won't do that. They'll see it as a way to get another servant for free. I swallow hard, thinking about what I just said. You think that? I bite my tongue first. I'm sure that's what they'll think. No one can resist a good bargain. She starts calming down, even a little. By sheer luck, Camuel doesn't hear us talking. However, he sends a glare my way, and I try to lower my head. I keep patting the pregnant woman's back as she controls her breathing. I really hope she doesn't go into labour until after she's settled in a new home, if that's what I can call it. What's your name? I ask, rubbing circles on her back. And Nina, and yours? I smile sadly at her. Nice to meet you, Nina. I'm Vanessa. Please don't stress yourself so much. Your baby needs you to be strong. She nods while pressing her lips together. I'll try. I look over at her features. She's a beautiful woman. She has slanted brown eyes with freckles dusted over her nose. Her lips are thick and complement her high cheekbones. Not to mention her black hair looks the least unkempt out of all of us. It makes me wonder what her husband might be feeling about her absence right now. Nina stops sobbing into her hand. I hold her hand until we arrive at the place where we'll stay before the auction. Everything is calm until Zaphans start to separate us. "Wait, no! Vanessa!" Nina shrieks. I try to hold on to her for as long as I can. "Please, please, she's pregnant." They rip her away from me, dragging her to a different section. She screams and wails, trying to reach for me. The tears well up, and I look around. Everyone's slowly disappearing into dark rooms. When I turn the other way, I'm met with a large and dark figure, Chamuel. I quickly look down. "Master, I... He grabs me by the jaw, pulling me up toward him. He grabs me so roughly that I bite my tongue and draw out blood. "I'm sick of hearing your damn voice," he says as he shoves me away. I'm sorry." He steps on my foot and I yelp. Then he crouches down and grabs a fistful of my hair, forcing me to look directly at him. His golden eyes are manic as he rests them on my lips, then back up at my teary gaze. He tugs my hair and I cry out. "Shut up," he snarls. "Listen to me, you pathetic human. If you don't get sold quickly, I already know how I'll take my payment."
Chapter 5. Calius. Where the fuck is she? I mumble as I shove the rest of these annoyances out of my way. I didn't expect the auction to be this packed since it's barely open. I wasn't the first of the buyers here, but I had no problem being the first to enter. They all know that I'm always the first in everything. I couldn't stop thinking about this for 2 days. Since I first laid eyes on her, the breathtaking beauty soiled in dirt and rags. It was an instant connection that overwhelmed my instincts. All they told me was that I need to have her. Thus, here I am despite my lack of sleep, eagerly waiting for the auction to start. I thought of bringing Dimhi along with me, but I don't need any sort of distractions. I told him to wait elsewhere. I have to make sure I will have her. I sit at the far right box of the auction house. It overlooks the whole house, including the stage draped with black curtains. My eyes follow each torchlight that's about to give out. Once they all do, the auction shall begin. The attendees are already boisterous and don't care to keep their mouths shut. Zaphans, Gorgons, Satyrs, Fae, and demons alike are already making plans for their new purchase. Obviously, the matrons are going to use them for their repulsive, lustful tendencies. "I think I want a female this time. They're much more submissive than you lot," one shamelessly says out loud to her Volvoth companions. They simply nod and go along with her words, knowing that they need to please her every whim. How pathetic. Do I really have a need for a human, though? I'm just here because they told me they're good for breeding, Xaphan comments to their companion, who just shrugs. "Who told you that?" "Allisto. Said that he bought a human female to give him heirs that his wife couldn't give him. He has about 6 now, I think. Every fiber of my being writhes with anger, only for the reason that my prize is among the choices. I'll turn this place into complete and utter chaos before I let anyone else try to buy her from me. I'll kill everyone in here if I have to," I curse under my breath. Finally, the torch on the other side of the house gives out. Everyone finally quiets down and the stage lights up. Xaphan comes out from the curtains, hiding his face for some reason. He walks with grandeur across the stage, showing off his gaudy robes adorned with too many accessories. He gestures for the other traitor to draw the curtains. "She is not there," I growl as I grip my armrest. It's a pregnant female that looks like she's about to give birth. She struggles to breathe while she holds her swollen stomach. It looks like they beat her before showing her to the public, which will hinder her purchase. She cries and trembles all over. I can't help but roll my eyes. Just get it over with and move along to my girl. Although this one may already have her womb occupied, the trader begins. Think of it as a 2-for-1 purchase. Once her child grows to an appropriate age, of course. but you can also be assured she'll be able to give birth to many more children you may want." Murmurs erupt across the auction house. Some are shaking their heads in negation, but others are thoroughly considering it. A few of them start shouting offers, and the woman on stage pales as the numbers get higher and higher. "1 nodal!" Xafin shouts. "5 nodals!" another one counters. The amount of money offered for a pregnant woman comes as a surprise. Xafins are too arrogant for their own good to not want a used product. Demons and gargoyles wouldn't care unless the goods don't serve their needs. "Sold! To the fellow Xafin for 5 nodals!" The Xafin in question cheers and just scoops up the woman from the stage, despite her cries and pleas. He wastes no time in throwing his money to the seller before taking off out of the auction house. "The next one better be mine already." The curtain's close to bring the next product out. I tap my foot in anticipation, and I hold my breath as the curtains draw open once again. My agonizing wait for these 2 days is finally worthwhile as I feast upon my prize. They have her tied by the wrists and adorned in the same awful rags I saw her in. The poor creature trembles at the sight of all the beasts present. Her large eyes look around, not daring to cry. However, to my greatest dismay, I notice the welts all over her delicate skin. Handprints are scattered over her frail body. She didn't have those before. I growl. My pet glances at the trader, who's staring at her for a little too long. She quickly lowers her gaze and holds her hands tightly. The trader smirks before starting the offers. Although this female looks weak and, quite frankly, pathetic, I can assure you that she'd be of great use. Hips wide enough to breed, appearance worth looking at, and hard-working as well. She tried to gain her wings through arduous training, so you know she can be put to work. His explanation makes me irate, but I bite my tongue and yell out my offer. 5 nodals, I say in a booming voice. 10 nodals! I hear down below from a Volvath. The seller's eyes widen as he chuckles. 10 nodals already? This will be quite interesting. I frown. 20 nodals! I shout over everyone else's voices, making sure their stupid offers aren't heard at all. The other demons trying to buy or ignore my glare and continue to try to defy me. 50 nodals! The audience stirs at the amount of money he offers. Who the fuck is this demon? I was sure I'd be the only one to be able to afford such high bids. A matron is the one to question the demon's livelihood. "You are quite energetic for that human female," the matron retorts, exuding jealousy. The demon smirks. "Humans with her appearance are rare in the sex trade. She'll bring me riches with just a few customers." The beasts around chuckle while I'm near the edge of madness. "I can't wait to try her out myself," he says as he licks his lips. His eyes are in delirium as he eats up my woman's appearance. She gasps, and I see clear as day the moment her tears start to fall. "Save those delicious tears. I want to enjoy every part of you once I fatten you up. Can't wait to see how pretty you look," he taunts her. She tries to suppress a sob, but it's heard loud and clear. It only excites the demons further. Hearing him laugh from his lewd remarks numbs all of my senses. I can only feel a raging fire burst inside as I'm blinded by fury. I jump down from the box seat, landing right in front of him. He finally turns around to look at me. His cockiness quickly fades once he recognizes who I am. Without letting him say another word, I rip his body apart. Screams, gasps, and cries resound throughout. I don't even have to bellow at anyone to get the fuck out of my way. Everyone knows this is what'll happen to them. I shoot my glare at the seller. 100 nodals, I say as my final offer. He glances between me and the dead Volvath. Given that he's Xafin, he doesn't care that much and continues the bid. He waits for another beast to offer, but no one dares to speak up. 100 no! I throw the note at him, detailing where to collect my money. All I want is to get the fuck out of here already. I don't spare a second glance at the trader and focus my gaze on my prize. I tower over her, hearing the small gasp from her lips. I'm mesmerized with her, never having seen anything so beautiful. Under all the filth hides a gift from the gods, all made for me. The bruises are more visible this close, I have to assume the slave trader had something to do with it. I'll make him pay for it later. Right now, all that matters is the woman in front of me. She doesn't blink, but keeps her stare directly into mine. I can get swallowed up into her eyes just as if they were the unforgiving ocean. Unlike the darkness that lurks beneath those waters, hers carry the endless horizon that symbolizes a hopeful journey. Your Excellency, are you changing your mind about— Shut your filthy mouth, I snarl at the seller. My prized possession flinches at my loud voice, making me think twice about reprimanding the whole damn room. I'm leaving, I say. I pick her up, careful not to hurt her, and storm out of the place. As much as she trembles under my hold, she clutches her small hands on my forearms. An inexplicable feeling brews within me, but I pay it no mind. Do you know what you're doing? Dimhi asks, materializing out of nowhere. I thought I told you to wait outside, fool. Yes, and you already killed a demon in less than an hour in there, he reprimands. Then he looks down at my arms. Again, are you sure you know what you're— She's mine. She always has been.
Chapter 6. Vanessa. I'm being led away by this hulking Volvoth demon, whose name I caught as Callius. Who'd have thought such a brutal creature as mindless as him would have something so trivial as a name? Had I not known, I'd have thought others may have simply referred to him as a beast, a monster who has no regard for who he kills. From the looks on everyone's faces, he means business. Business of which I have no intention of getting in the way of. My body is riddled with a sickening pain, though somehow I'm still walking on my own 2 feet. Maybe it's out of fear of what'll happen to me if I do not obey Callias's every whim. He turns to me too quickly for my liking. I tense up, my fingernails digging into the palms of my hands as I clench my fists. The air is seized from my lungs, not a single breath daring to escape my mouth as I peer up into the dark and treacherous eyes of my new master. Did Camille hurt you? He asks. His question catches me off guard. The confusion couples with fear, causing my lips to open and close repeatedly as I search for an answer. He gestures to my legs, and I figure he must be referring to my limp. No, I blurt, my voice breaking as I speak. It's just a limp. He nods slowly, then turns and gestures for me to continue following him. I don't know what to think of what just happened. Is he concerned? Or maybe he's just figuring out my weaknesses. I glance back at the demon behind me who wanted me in his sex trade. His corpse is now a riddled mess of blood and guts as folks gather around him in awe. I sure as hell do not want to end up like him. As I wonder if my new owner has better intentions than the other one, I remind myself that he's a demon. I shouldn't expect anything good to come my way. I notice the looks of sympathy written across everyone's faces as they turn my way, wondering if they feel sorrow for my fate. But I pay for not looking where I'm going. I bump hard into Callius, not seeing that he has stopped again. I fall to the ground, but he remains in place, my small frame no more to him than a mere insect. Sorry, I quiver. He reaches toward me. I bury my head in my hands, gripping it as if it's my last few seconds of having it. Surprisingly, though, Callius simply lifts me to my feet, removing his hands thereafter. I look up at him, his raised eyebrow displaying curiosity and wonder as he scans me. I cannot tell if he bears pity for my sake, but I wouldn't dare bet on it. All it took for this man to snap was someone else voicing their intentions with me, and that was before I even fell under Callias's official ownership. Worse yet, the slaver was a demon. I'm a human and a frail one at that. I keep my eyes facing down as I tread behind Callias, trying to control my erratic breathing. He leads me to a carriage not far from the auction house. Opening the door, he turns around to me, extending his hand. I cannot muster the strength to look into his eyes. Come on, it's warmer in the carriage. I blindly raise my hand and take his. To my surprise, they're warm and comforting in the strangest of ways. Only then do I seem to register his manners. For a cold-blooded murderer, he's quite polite. I step into the carriage's interior, taking a seat in the corner on fine leather cushioning. I am riddled with so much pain and stress that the seats themselves are enough to induce a vague sense of relaxation in my body. Outside, I hear Callias's gruff, deep voice call out to the driver. "Make way for the port. We're heading back to Ikoth first." He then climbs in, his massive frame causing the carriage to shake as he climbs towards his seat across from me. I immediately shuffle to the other side so that I sit diagonally from him. I look out the window. The skies are as desolate as ever. I can't tell if they're trying to mock me for my ultimate fate, or if they're just a simple reminder of what my pitiful existence is like, that I've always been destined for a hopeless way of living. "Have you ever been to Ikoth?" Callias asks. I do not answer. "We'll be stopping there for some rest. Our final destination lies in Nixia. It's a long journey. Everywhere I've gone within the past year has seemed like my final destination, yet somehow life deemed it fair to keep me alive through it all. Only the gods know what lies in wait for me next." Even in the warmth of the carriage, my body continues shaking from fear. Callias offers me a blanket, but I can't bring myself to thank him. I'm surprised I'm still alive at this point. With each passing minute, I pray I do not do something wrong. The carriage moves at a steady pace along the roads as we exit the city of New Solus. Thankfully, Callias does not say much. I nod or shake my head to his occasional questions, though I'm not even sure of what he's asking. My mind is plagued with the words of my mother and the Zaphans I'd grown up around. "The demons are brutes," my mother would always say. "They'll stop at nothing to get what they want, even if it means taking a life," the Zaphans said. They certainly were not wrong. Faintness gradually comes over me. I dare not look at Callias. I am frozen in fear, feeling like a piece of meat tossed into a small cage with a vicious predator. Does he not know the fear a demon like him brings to a woman like me? The last thing I remember before passing out is the sight of a port in the distance. When I wake up, I am met with the shouting and yelling of drunkards coming in through an open window. I sit up in a bed I do not recognize, blinking until the rest of the room becomes clear to me. I scream when I see Callias sitting at the end of the bed. His face cringes. I immediately throw my hands over my mouth. How long was he sitting there? Did he do anything to me while I was unconscious? Where the hell am I? His face returns to normal, yet still I do not move, fearing it to be some kind of trick. "I did not mean to startle you. You were still asleep by the time I woke up in my own room next to this one. I decided not to wake you. You seemed like you needed the rest." As he talks, I anticipate him lashing out and attacking me. After all, if we are in Ikoth, then we are deep in demon territory. No one would care what he did to me here. To my surprise, though, he stands and makes way for the doors. "Join me outside once you are ready. We will have something to eat, then we'll hit the road and head for Nixia." As he leaves, I rub my hand over my head. There persists a dull pain, as if my head was a sponge that had soaked up too much information like water. I find it hard to believe this man who hadn't laid a malicious hand on me yet was the same person who took the slaver's life last night. Despite the hunger coursing through my body, I can stomach no more than a bite or two of breakfast. My eyes dart between the knives on the table that he could use to slit my throat, and the glasses he can smash to slash my guts across the floor. I try to eat some more, but I feel my throat closing up. My stomach twists in agony to the point where I think I'll throw up if I even breathe the wrong way. Callias somehow remains patient through it all as he guides me back to the carriage, the same one from the night before. Again, he opens the door for me, and I sit as far from him as I can. I've never spent so much time with one person, yet simultaneously avoided them in every conceivable way. "I cannot wait for you to see the mansion," he marvels, beaming like a proud father as he strokes his chin. "I think you'll find the accommodation more than fitting." My mind ponders over what he has in store for me as we begin the final leg of the journey. Would it be some type of pit he'll throw me in? Or perhaps a cell where he puts food just barely out of reach through the bars? But anything and everything I think of is immediately forgotten when his mansion comes into view. It boasts 2 stories with a wide frame that I assume fit at least 4 rooms on each floor. On each corner of the roof is a carving of a black pitter bird, their beaks protruding out like the tip of a sword.
It's a mix of grey and black, the colours often meeting in contrasting fashion on the windows, roof, and the heavy double doors with its magnificent frame.
At that moment, I did not know what to think anymore. But one thing is for sure. My life is about to go under one hell of a change.
Chapter 7. Callias. The human Vanessa made the mistake of not eating much this morning at our breakfast. I wonder why that was, especially considering her current physical condition. Never before have I seen a human so frail and weak. I could send her to the next continent by simply blowing at her if I wanted to. Perhaps she's still afraid, I think to myself, as the carriage treads down the road to my mansion. I may just have to carry her inside. She can barely walk as is. During the final few minutes of our journey, I trace back over the course of the previous night. Vanessa passed out while we were still in New Solus. I had to carry her into our hotel for the night. I decided it best to give her a room of her own, and for a while, I watched her sleep. Even in her current state, I can see the beauty in her. There is something about Vanessa that intrigues me, though I am not quite yet sure what it is. Whatever the case, I'm certain the answers will come to me soon. The mansion comes into view, the sight of which spreads a smile on my face. It feels great to be home, and well overdue is the joy that comes over me. I admire my property as the carriage comes to a stop. I step out and breathe in the clean air, absent of any poison that plagues the city. More than anything, I'm pleased to be back with someone to call my own. I wonder what she thinks of it. Yet I do not have to think for long. I turn around to see her mouth gaping in shock as she casts a studious eye over my home. I cannot help but laugh at her. I don't know what else she expected, having already mentioned the mansion to her on our journey. Perhaps she may have thought that we were on our way to some type of prison for her. In any case, it seems as though she likes it. It's certainly a far cry from anything she must have experienced before, knowing how the humans are treated by the self-proclaimed saviors known as Xaphans. I reach out a hand and she immediately jumps back into the corner of the carriage interior. For a moment, I hesitate and step back. I can see her sneaking glimpses of me from the corner of her eye, guessing that she must be afraid to look at me head-on. I cannot blame her for that. Many find me overly imposing, but it has its perks. She steps out, but her knees quiver and buckle beneath her the second she touches the ground. I catch her just in time and let her into my arms. Her skin is soft in some parts and rough in others, no doubt a product of her former environments. I promise myself that I'll oversee a change in her physical appearance, seeing to it that she will be a healthier woman sooner rather than later. Yet, despite the glimpses of beauty she's allowing me to experience, her body is rigid, like a cold piece of meat. It's as if I'm holding nothing but bones, though she may as well be that when I look at her frame. You should have eaten more at our morning meal. I chuckle lightheartedly. But worry not, your hunger will be remedied. For now you'll have a bath and get cleaned up. She curls up. All I see of Vanessa is the top of her head. The driver whips his reins behind me, spurring the carriage away from my home. I may have arrived at my beloved abode, but I still have a lot of work to do. I carry Vanessa to the washrooms, planting her in an empty tub. There I remove her clothes, but she throws her arms over her body as soon as the rags slip off her skeletal frame. It might be a bit hot to start with, but I'll get the temperature comfortable for you. I empty a bottle of herbal oils into the tub as well as a small amount of soap. I then turn on the faucets, causing a rush of crystal-clear water to pour. Vanessa winces when the water touches her. I mix the oils, soap, and water together for a few moments before looking up at her covered face. "Is that okay?" I ask. She nods with her head buried in the folds of her arms. The rising water comes to the tops of her shoulders before I turn it off. Taking hold of a sponge, I douse it in the water and bring it to her bare back. She flinches, so I take it slow in the cleaning of her body. The water doesn't take long to turn brown from the dirt. Vanessa is merely a fraction of the size of the tub that was designed to bathe a demon like me. Seeing how closed off she is, I eventually offer her the sponge to clean the parts she may not yet be comfortable showing me. As she scrubs herself, I take her matted hair in my hands, rubbing it gently with the soap. Slowly but surely, the knots come undone. Her hair unravels, falling down into the water where I then give it a rinse through. Her hair entwines around my fingers, and for the first time, I get to appreciate just how beautiful it is. I rinse her off and grab the smallest robe I can find, throwing it around her shoulders. I give her space as she tightens it around herself, admiring her as she fluffs out her hair. The blonde strands fall down in natural curls over the sides of her gaunt face. Then it happens. She looks at me directly, her deep blue eyes causing my mouth to part ever so slightly. I cannot help but feel I have discovered a jewel in the dirt with her. With enough cleaning and feeding, I wonder what she can become. "Follow me," I say with a smile. She nods, opting to stay quiet. Still though, her mere acknowledgement of me is enough for now. I take her to the dressing rooms. Over the years, I added many garments of women's clothing to my collection in the hopes of one day gifting them to someone I deemed worthy. After all this time, the day had come. Firstly, though, I brush her hair. I know to take it easy with her, given her fear. If I hurt her, even accidentally, it'd accomplish nothing but push her away from me. To get her to do what I want her to do, I need to show Vanessa that she is in a safe environment with an accommodating host. I hear only her breathing and the beating of her heart as it pounds in her chest. It's as if she is a small piece of prey that I rescued from a predator. I need to remember she is alone here, thrust into an unfamiliar setting after likely knowing only pain and misery. I hope that by my intervention, she soon puts her old life behind her. I present to her my first gift, a fine set of clothing made from the smoothest silk in all of Arasak. It's light pink in color and is made to fit the body comfortably. She takes it uncertainly and slips into the small-sized fit without issue. It almost breaks my heart to see it is slightly too big for her. "Worry not," I say to her. "You'll grow into it. Come on then, let's have something to eat." By the end of mealtime, I have grown used to her constant flinching, noticing that it happens if I move too quickly. I slow myself down on purpose as I show her to her private quarters. I gesture for Vanessa to enter, following her into the magnificent guest room fit with a large closet and a double bed. A window overlooks the settlement of Nixia. A set of curtains sits tied up on the overhead frames of her bed. There are leather seats both at the end of the bed and at the other side of the room, where she has a desk with quills and parchment paper. I grab a book from a nearby bookshelf and offer it to her. "I'm not sure what kind of stories you like, but perhaps you know this one. It's well known all over Arasak," I say. I'm not sure what to say. "A thank you would suffice," I quip. "Thank you, but Callias, I cannot read, nor can I write." "Really?" I ask in surprise. She turns away and says no more, perhaps expecting me to ridicule her for her lack of comprehension skills. It's time to bestow upon her another surprise. "Take a seat anywhere you'd like. I'll read you a chapter." She ignores me for the most part while I read, only looking at me as the chapter comes to an end. I close the book with a loud thud, causing her to jump. "My oh my, you are one skittish girl!" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Vanessa appears to have gradually loosened up over the week and a half that she's been here. She is still far from open, but no longer does she curl up in corners or turn away from me when I speak to her. It's a start. I've made a point of reading to her every night before bed, figuring that just because she cannot read, it doesn't mean she shouldn't get to experience the joy of a good book. One night I venture into her quarters, seeing the book lying beside her near the window as she looks out of it. I walk past the various sets of clothes and jewelry I've gifted to her during her stay. I reach for the novel, startling her at the same time as she yelps. "Sorry," she blurts. I didn't see you." I smile at her and take my seat. As I read, I spot her looking over at me from the corner of my eye. Her head is tilted in adorable curiosity. I do not make a big deal out of it, speaking the words of the novel aloud with an expressive voice. Of the two of us, it seems like I have been the one to surprise her. But tonight, we find ourselves on the opposite side of the spectrum. I look up to see not only direct eye contact, but for the first time a smile on her face. It's the perfect complement to her face, bringing out those amazing eyes of hers that I could look into for hours. "Vanessa," I whisper. I'm so entrenched in awe that I can't find any more words. "Callias. I just want to say thank you for your hospitality," she says. She speaks quietly, but the look on her face is enough to tell me she's genuine. I don't want to blow it out of proportion, but I'm happy that I'm being looked after here. That's all I have to say. I swear I hear her giggle. "Thank you," she says again. "You're more than welcome."
Chapter 8. Vanessa.
I sit in front of my vanity, brushing my hair. By no means am I a confident person, but I never knew I wore hair this beautiful all along. "It's amazing," I whisper, threading my fingers through the strands. I cannot fathom the fact it had come loose at the hands of a killer. I think about that amongst everything else that's unfolded since I arrived at Callias's mansion. From having a room to call my own to eating proper meals, and even a demon reading to me. It's been surprise after surprise, and nothing but pleasantness.
It's truly the last place I expected after being bought at an auction. Up there on that stage, I felt like a toy for all to see. I thought that someone would buy me and use me until I was no longer fun. But I couldn't have been more wrong.
I rubbed my hands through my soft hair before retreating to the window. I'd seen nothing but big cities my whole life, so living in such quiet territory is still something I'm getting used to. It's only a shame that I cannot go and explore, for Callias has forbidden me from leaving the building. I can hardly complain, though, I say to myself. I turn around to marvel at my quarters. This room alone is enough to remind me that I should not feel bad about not being able to venture outside. Better yet, I'm at liberty to explore the mansion, something I've already done many times. I cannot help but chuckle in disbelief. This place is everything I've ever wanted in a home. Here, I have food, a bath, proper clothing, and a bed all for myself. Part of me still feels like this is all a dream, that at any moment I'll wake up and be back in the horrid arms of Camuel. With every passing day, though, I am slowly accepting that this is my new reality. I think once again of the auction stand before my mind strays even further back in history, back to the time I had to look after my family. "When did I see them last?" I ask, as if one of them is here to answer me. I cannot remember. Remembering the conditions we had grown up in, a wave of guilt washes over me because of my surroundings. This room alone holds more luxuries than any of them will likely ever know. If I could provide for them without slaving myself away, I would. Yet the more I think of them, the more obvious it becomes that I do not miss them. They may have been blood, and perhaps I was obligated to do my part and look after them for a certain period of my life. But I saw nothing in return, not even a word of thanks from my mother. I only hope my siblings can look after themselves. I glance at the clock. All thoughts of my family dissipate when I see the time has come to meet Nesria for tea. Callias had introduced me to the housemaid during my first week here, a demon like him. Immediately, I felt a connection to her. Perhaps it was her maternal instincts. If Callias had learned his manners from anyone, it was certainly that woman. She made for good company whenever he was out on his various errands. I notice the lack of pain in my leg as I walk. I still have a limp, but no longer do I wince in agony as I make my way between places. I arrive in the dining room, eager to meet my friend. "Nesria!" I call out. "Nesria, are you here?" The door to the kitchen swings open, outward stepping the housemaid. She dons a simple gown designed for comfort and maneuverability, which I imagine comes in handy for a woman with so many chores. Part of me feels bad for the poor old lady, but her performance is the opposite of what I expect from someone her age. She moves with a skip to her step and carries out her duties excellently from what I've seen. "Vanessa," she exclaims with a soft smile. "Come with me, I'm just baking us a few treats." Her soft, wrinkled, pale white hands take mine, and she leads me to the kitchen. It's as pristine and clean as I expect it to be, given that Nesria tends to it every day. I take a seat as she returns her attention to kneading a pile of dough. "What are you making?" I ask. "Goddess hearts," she says. "It's a pastry I saw one day at a little bakery in Sarsirok. I believe it was a human baker who sold them originally, but she disappeared one day, and they haven't been as good since, so I decided to try my own hand at them." "A human baker? Humans can get regular jobs here." "Indeed they can," she replies gently with a hint of amusement. Her smile suddenly drops. "Ah, forgive me, I should not laugh at that. You wouldn't have known better because of—" I know she's referring to my time under the treatment of Camule. "Don't worry," I tell her, waving a dismissive hand. "I know you mean no harm. Let me lend a hand." She crosses her brows and shakes her head. "Come on now," she says. "You know the house rules, Vanessa. You're not allowed to do any housework whatsoever." "Not even this?" I pick up a bag of flour and stow it away in a cupboard. She gently slaps my hand and ushers me away. "Don't be silly," she scolds. I can tell she is restraining a smile. "I'm only joking." I laugh. "But I suppose I can't complain about not being allowed to work. I just see you working so hard for this home and want to help out where I can." "Your company is help enough," she says. "Maybe one day we can bake this together, but I don't make the rules around here." Nesria lets me watch as she prepares the goddess hearts. She then brews some tea before we return to the dining room, taking a seat across from one another. "So you've been here for about 2 weeks, is that right, my dear?" she asks. "Yes, just about." "And how are you settling in?" "Better than expected. It's been quite the surprise coming here." "I imagine it's far different from what you may have thought when you were on the auction stand. That's where you were purchased by Callias, right?" "Indeed, though to be honest it's hard to think of it as being purchased." "Oh," she quips, leaning forward on her elbows. "I know it sounds a little silly, but I can't help but feel I was saved. Callias has been good to me since he brought me here." Nesria nods in understanding, before taking a sip of rose tea. "He has been more relaxed after your arrival," she remarks, "which is a good thing, of course. You see, he's been wrapped up in a not-so-great way for a few years now, so maybe this could be the start of a turnaround for him." "A few years? You've known him for a long time." Nesria smiles. "I've been looking after Callias since he was a little boy." "Wow," I whisper. "Well, you taught him his manners perfectly. I say that from an outsider's perspective." "Why, thank you, Vanessa, but you are no outsider. To me, you are another resident of this fine mansion, and you will be treated as such." I smile and drink my tea, enjoying the many goddess hearts for a short while. "Shall we go to the library?" Nesria asks. "I'd love that. By the way, I noticed your limp is doing better compared to when you first came." "It's because of all the food and baths you guys are giving me," I reply joyfully. Linking arms, we make our way to the library. Callias grants me access here, and for that, I can't be grateful enough. Starting last week, he had begun teaching me how to read. I come here whenever I get the chance, whether it's with Nesria, Callias, or without them. Even though I can barely read, seeing the letters makes me so excited, knowing one day I'll be able to read it all. I step into the library, where bookshelves upon bookshelves line the vast space, each row filled to the brim with books of all genres. "You mentioned to me before that you can't read. Have you ever thought about learning?" Nesria asks. "Callias has been teaching me," I tell her eagerly. "Really?" She chuckles. "Let me show you." I grab the nearest book from the closest shelf, flicking to a random page. The hiss. Okay, I don't know that word, but it's about Nixia. Nesria peers over my shoulder. "Ah, a book on the history of Nixia." "I thought I'd do better," I say shyly. "Fret not, my dear. You still knew more than you did last week, I'm sure. Progress is progress. You can only ever get better at reading. Tell me, do you have a favourite type of book? I can't get enough of the demon fairy tales. They're simply so fascinating. Ah, she says, nodding. I used to read those to Callias all the time when he was a child. Can never go wrong with a classic fairy tale. Tell me, Vanessa, are there any human fairy tales that we can perhaps get for you? I do not know of any, I'm afraid. I was never read to as a child. I see, she whispers. Well, once you improve your reading skills, we can get some for you. Better late than never. Thank you, Nesria. That means a lot to me. So, don't mention it. Now then, let's take a look at some more fairy tales,
Chapter 9. Callias. No matter where I am, I find myself thinking about Vanessa. She's like a drug to me, one that I cannot rid from my system. As much as I want to spend all my days by her side, I can't. King Vagthimin needs me, and I'd be a fool to go against the orders of a king. It's nearly been a month since I bought and brought her here to Nixia. We've become close during that time, but when duty calls, I unfortunately have to answer. Twice the king sent me back to New Solus. Twice he has forced distance between Vanessa and I. The last time I saw King Vagthimin, fury exuded from him like heat from a flame. He paced the floor, unable to keep still as he recounted the latest Xaphanian developments in New Solus. They're expanding the military base, Callias. We must act. We need to learn more. So what do you expect me to do now? I remember asking this in the hopes he'd send someone else to New Solus. I didn't want to leave Vanessa. I was just there. Well, go again, he boomed, a reaction that made me still. Use your intimidation to get more information out of them, and don't come back until you can get me some more details. As much as I wanted to refuse, I clenched my jaw, bowed my head, and arranged for my trip to New Solus. Whenever I depart, I'm comforted by the fact that Vanessa remains in good hands, but it's clear that my presence is the best for her. I take care of her. I make sure that she's feeling okay at every hour of the day. Her needs are tended to. Each time I get to graze her skin and read to her, it feels like my whole existence is justified. She gives me purpose. Of course, I can't blame the king for sending me off to New Solus. I'm the best he has. I'm not part of the military. At most, I have important connections to the royal family. Reputation, however, means a lot, and many know me to be the one that won't hesitate to rip someone's head off if they wrong me in any way. My infamy is both a blessing and a curse. Everyone knows me and fears me, but now it means that I have to be separated from Vanessa from time to time. I can hardly wait to return home to her. We're close to Nixia. The volcano appears on the horizon just as the evening skies take their appearance above. I refuse to show it, but internally, excitement thrums through my core. I'll see Vanessa soon. I'll read to her soon. Does she miss me like I miss her? My very being craves her whenever we're apart. However, the cynic in me is quick to cackle and mock my idyllic musings. Just like that, the smile falls from my face and my fists slowly clench tightly. Why would she care about you? You bought her. She's your property. She probably thinks you're a monster, and truth be told, you are. That stings. I'm obsessed with her. I can't even close my eyes without seeing her beautiful image, one where she's tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and staring at me with her wide blue eyes. I miss her deeply. A satisfied rumble escapes me once I arrive in Nixia, recognizing the familiar houses and buildings of my hometown. The ones who notice my arrival dip their heads in a sign of respect, but I hardly pay any attention to them. I must return home. I don't have time to entertain the hollow compliments from the beings who are attempting to get into my good graces. Ah, Nesria breathes out, almost relaxing at the sight of me once I pass through the threshold of my home. Callias, how was the trip? Predictable, I reply with a bored shrug. I did what was needed of me. I did what the king wanted. Will he be sending you off again anytime soon? Why do you ask? I laugh quietly, releasing the tension in my body. Did you miss me, Nesria? I did, yes. But it seems like you don't want to be away from home anymore. You spend far too much time here, you know. I think it's good to get some outside air every now and then. So it's the opposite, then. You'd rather for me to go away. I want you to be grateful for the opportunities you have, she replies bluntly. Then she extends a hand in the direction of Vanessa's room. Go to her. She's been waiting. Narrowing my eyes, I watch as Nesria departs into the kitchen. I approach the nearest bookshelf, taking my pick of a few books that I think Vanessa will enjoy. Then, I make my way to her bedroom. I knock twice before entering. Indeed, she sits on the foot of the bed and smiles once she realizes it's me. I reciprocate the tender gesture. Callius, she says in a small voice, one that makes all the tension in my body ebb away immediately. You're back. Of course I am. I'll always come back to you. Gesturing towards the books in my hand, I make my way over and sit next to her on the bed. I feel it dip considerably because of my weight. We'll be practicing some reading. A small smile graces her face and she settles in next to me. I open each book and guide her through the pages. She's shown great progress compared to when she first got here. A month ago, she would have never been able to read her own name. Now she's getting through the sentences, slowly but surely. Pride swells in my chest, knowing that I'm the reason for her progress. I'm the reason why she's becoming a better version of herself. Pride isn't the only feeling that consumes me whenever I'm around Vanessa. There's a strong urge to protect her, to make sure no one can ever hurt her again. I would kill for her, and I've proven that already. But there's an ever-present anxiety that looms over me whenever I find myself staring at her for too long. Regardless of how I feel for her, that doesn't change the fact that I bought her. What if that's enough to soil her perception of me forever? What if we can never get past that? Callius? Blinking out of my daze, I realize that Vanessa is pointing to a particular word on the page. I don't know that one. She taps her finger on the word in question. Enamor, I say. Enamor. Vanessa does her best to enunciate the word. Then she quietly repeats it to herself until she has it down. Enamor. What does it mean? To fall in love with something, I reply. Then I clear my throat. Or with someone. She grins, gripping the book tightly with her fingers. That's a pretty word. Ironically, that's exactly how I feel whenever I'm around her. Enamored, infatuated, obsessed. Keep reading, I command gently, leaning away from her. The mere scent that she exudes is enough to drive me crazy with lust. You're doing a fine job. Just fine? How about excellent? Keep working at it and you'll get there. I'm not seeing much excellence right now. A hint of a frown starts forming on Vanessa's face, but then she ducks her head and resumes her focus on the page. It looks like I instilled her with a new determination to get this right, which pleases me. I'm sure it's better this way. Being stern with her and keeping my distance will be a good thing for the both of us. I can't keep letting my emotions consume me. I act monstrous when my passions take hold of my body, willing to hurt anyone that gets in the way of what I want. I can still remember the look of horror on Dimhi's face when I expressed my desire to buy Vanessa back at the markets. How he had to pull me away and stick me in a bar to cool down because I couldn't control myself. My desire for Vanessa threatens to consume me in a similar way, but I'm not sure she feels the same. She's a human, of course. I'm sure their kind have better control of their senses than most. That brings me to an inevitable conclusion. Vanessa doesn't love me. I'll only be her master but not her lover, not her purpose or her reason for getting up in the morning. You haven't been paying much attention today, she remarks, keeping her thumb between the pages as she shuts the book. Are you sure I should keep reading? Yes, you should. Why are you asking such a silly question? Whenever I ask for corrections on my reading, you don't seem to hear me, she says, which makes me curse myself internally. It's like your mind is lost somewhere else. It's fine. I hold up a hand. I'm over that. Continue. She sends me a look, and I motion for her to keep going. I'm curt with my responses and brusque with what I think of her reading skills. Based on her responses, I'm not too sure she's happy with how I'm acting with her. It's for the best, Callias. Some distance from her will do you well. Maybe that's what Nesria was referring to.
Chapter 10, Vanessa. 1 week. It takes me some time to get used to the gentle rhythm of Nyxia. I spend most of my first week curled up in a massive bed, asleep or simply laying with my eyes closed. Part of me never wants to get out of bed. Part of me feels stuck in bed, because all I can feel is the utter disbelief that this is the life I have now. Today is no different. I wake up in the late afternoon to the sound of a gentle knock on the bedroom door, and I know exactly what is about to happen. I sit up in bed, and for the first time this week, I actually feel almost cheerful. "Come in," I call, and my voice echoes off the walls of the large room. The door swings open, and Nesria walks in holding a tray. "It is time for your bath, my dear," she tells me in her friendly but firm voice. I nod eagerly, and she smiles as she comes around the bed to help me out of it. The bed is high, as well as being large, and my leg is still painful. "Ow!" I gasp as pain streaks from my hip down to my foot. Nesria winces when my hip makes a clicking sound as I twist my way off the bed. "Are you okay?" she asks me, and her forehead is creased with worry. I let out small gasps as my heart rate returns to normal after the spike of pain. "I'm fine now," I say after a few minutes. Nesria helps me to the bathroom that is off the side of the bedroom, where a warm, full bath is waiting for me. I can never get over demonic magic and how easy it makes everything. And I cannot believe that this is my life now. 2 weeks. I cannot suppress the gasp that escapes me when I look at myself in the mirror. The mirror, tall, thin, and ornate, hangs in the entryway of the bedroom I sleep in every night. I know that I look bad. I have looked bad for years now. I cannot control my hair, so I usually just tie it back and hope for the best. My hair is also difficult to wash, but my mother would never let me cut it. I also know that I am too thin. I am covered in old scars, and the shadows of bruises remain on my pale skin. It's just best to stay away from mirrors. You might not like the truth of what you see. But today, I cannot avoid it. Today, Nesria helped me bathe again. She washed my hair several times, before pouring oils over my head and rubbing my body down with lotions. And now, after I am dried and dressed in one of the most exquisite dresses I have ever laid my eyes on, Nesria has forced me in front of the mirror. My voice trails off as my heart thumps unsteadily in my chest. "You look beautiful," Nesria tells me, and squeezes my arm. I cannot finish the sentence. I'm not sure if beautiful is the word I would use. Instead, I would like to say that I no longer look bad. My hair is untangled and hangs down my back in a golden veil. My skin shines, and Nesria's lotions have gotten rid of most of the scars on my body. My skin has a healthy glow, and I have gained weight. My collarbones no longer jut out awkwardly, and my elbows do not look as bony as they used to. My face isn't hollow any longer, and even the dark circles underneath my eyes have lightened. "Thank you." I blurt the words out, and Nesria gives a happy chuckle. "Callias is waiting for you," she tells me, and steers me out of the room. Callias has been looking after me as much as Nesria has. It's amazing how these two demons have treated me better than my own family. He has helped bathe me, has spent hours brushing and untangling my hair, and comes home every day with new healing lotions and oils. And though he has seen me naked and has touched my naked body, he has never once made me feel unsafe. Callias waits for me at the bottom of the stairs, and this time when my heart jumps into my throat, it is not from fear. "I knew that colour would be perfect on you," he growls, and I see the hint of his shadowy tentacles that always seem to frame his body. "Thank you," I smile gratefully. "Thank you, Callias." 3 weeks. "That was delicious," I tell Callias after we finish the breakfast that he cooked. He insists on eating with me most days, and I have grown to enjoy my time with him, especially because I no longer find him terrifying. "How is your reading coming along?" Callias asks me, and we discuss my progress in the library. Halfway through the conversation, I realise that I am laughing and throwing my hair over my shoulder and fluttering my eyelashes. My cheeks grow warm at the implications of this, and we both go silent as I stare at Callias. It seems that, with all the time that I have been in his magnificent mansion in Nixia, my terror of Callias has been replaced by a warm glow in my chest. I do not know what it is, but I have never met anyone kinder or more gentle or more beautiful than the demon who has killed for me. Now I want to spend all my time with him. Now I want to inhale his heady scent. Now I want to walk through the forests of Nixia with him and have him point out every foreign plant and flower, the way he does when he reads to me. What is happening to me? The thought is slightly frantic, and I swallow and look away from Callias, who clears his throat and then leaves the table. 1 month. Today is the first day that Callias has been home in a week. I have spent every day of this past week leaning on the windowsill of my bedroom, which faces the drive up to the mansion, waiting for him to come home. And today is finally the day. When Callias gets out of the carriage, dark shadows tinging the air around him, I do not rush downstairs right away. Instead, I put on my best dress and run a brush through my hair. "Well," Nesria cries when Callias walks into the kitchen where we both wait for him. "It is good to have you back home. Vanessa has been so bored. There aren't enough books in that library to keep her busy." Callias kisses Nesria gently on the cheek and then bows politely in front of me, his hand on his chest. "I think it is time you took her into town," Nesria tells Callias, tugging at his arm. "It is not a suggestion, it is an order." "She is already dressed for it," Nesria continues. Callias nods obediently before turning to me. "Meet me at the carriage. I just need to get to the safe." Nesria walks me to the carriage. "He actually listens to you," I find myself saying. Nesria chuckles and runs a hand over her head. "I'm the only one who has ever really loved him. He is compelled to listen to me. But that is all going to change now." Nesria turns and walks back to the house without explaining, as Callias comes up to the carriage. He hands me a pouch and lifts me by the waist into the carriage in one fluid motion. I open it as we trundle down a hill and roll into town. I gasp when I open the bag, just as we stop at the entrance to the town, where the town's market is located. "This is too much," I tell Callias hurriedly, anxiously, as coins, more money than I have ever seen in my life, come tumbling out of the bag. Callias shrugs. "I make more money than that in 20 minutes. Buy yourself whatever you want." I have never had freedom like this before, I think to myself as we walk through the market. Callias walks behind me as I pick up bouquets of flowers and chocolates and sweet things. He carries the bags of clothes and shoes that I buy without comment, and when I turn to him, flushed and happy, he smiles at me. "Well, aren't you a pretty thing?" The smile slips off Callias's face at the smooth, crooning voice that comes from the demon who leers at me. The demon sits on the terrace of a restaurant and waves at me when I turn to look at him properly. I do not miss the sound of Callias growling behind me. I turn and walk away quickly, but not before attracting attention from a few other demons. By the time we arrive at the carriage, Callias simply dumps all the bags unceremoniously in the carriage and lifts me into it without a word. And I know one thing for certain. Callias is furious.
Chapter 11. Callias. We shouldn't have come into town. Every time I turn around, I see another demon gawking at Vanessa. My rage has spiraled uncontrollably. I do not want anyone looking at what's mine. I follow behind her closely while she shops. As soon as the demons notice me, they scatter. But I can't take it anymore. "Vanessa, we're leaving!" I growl. I grab her hand and yank her to me. We're going home. I can no longer keep the way I feel about her to myself, nor will I allow anything or anyone to ogle at her like she's a piece of meat. As we walk back to the carriage, I advance on anyone who draws too closely to her. I will tear them limb from limb. Everyone in town flirts with you like you're a common whore, I say. She flinches under the weight of my words. I wasn't. They approached me, she whispers. I see tears in her eyes, and for the first time in my life, I wish I could take back the harsh statement. My hand is firm on her upper arm as I lift her into the carriage and bark at the driver to take us home. The second the door closes behind us, I drop the bags to the floor. She goes still as I slowly advance on her. I reach out to caress her cheek. I have touched her before, but never like this. Vanessa touches the outside of my palm that touches her cheek. Her hand is calloused, but nothing has ever felt softer to me. I lift her into my arms and walk her to our favorite place, the library. I don't want anyone else to touch you, I tell her. You are mine. The smell of books floats in the air as Vanessa presses her body against mine. She opens her mouth to speak, but I pull her face towards mine before she can say anything. The kiss surprises us both. Vanessa lets out a whimper, and the sound rocks through me like lightning. But neither of us have done anything like this before. I know she's never been with a man, and she's so delicate. I must be careful, gentle. But when she responds eagerly to my kiss, I ease her to the floor, removing her clothes slowly. My mouth covers her body like a warm blanket, exploring every inch of her skin. I take my time as if we have all the time in the world. Find us on Amazon for the full, uncensored scene.
Chapter 12. Vanessa. I'm quickly reminded of what happened between Callias and I when I wake up on the floor of the library, with my naked body draped in a warm blanket beside the fireplace. There's even a pillow beneath my head. Clinging to the blanket and wrapping it around my body, I whip my head around to see if there's anyone around to see me in such a dishevelled state. Nope. I'm alone. Callias isn't even here either. I bring myself up to sit, somewhat comforted by the heat that the fireplace gives off. I run a trembling hand through my hair, feeling at the small knots that formed as a result of what happened. What have I done? I whisper, shaking my head slightly. Why didn't I stop him? Two possibilities come into my mind, two hasty explanations to why I didn't stop myself from having sex with Callias. For one, I'm indebted to him. He saved me. Not only that, he's taken it upon himself to teach me how to read and write, to make something of myself. Before this, I was no one. I was someone who flinched at the cruel words of my mother and who worked myself to the bone to try and be a Xaphan. Now, things are entirely different. I don't want to think about the other explanation right now. It brings too much heat to my face and between my legs. Instead, I wrap the blanket around my body and hurry to my bedroom. With each step I take, I glance in every direction to make sure no one sees me. It would be shameful to have Nesria see me like this, but I also don't think I could look Callias in the eyes right now. For that reason, I lock myself up for the whole day. I get dressed and occupy myself with my reading and my books. I practice my handwriting incessantly, writing over and over until my wrists ache and my eyes get blurry. Eventually, I hear strong knocks come at my door. I don't have to guess who's behind that wood. Vanessa, can I come in? Sure. I straighten out of my seat, preparing myself to face him again. It's been a few hours since I woke up on the library floor. I still haven't figured out what to say to him. Thankfully, Callias seems to have more confidence than me. He enters the rooms with a bouquet of exotic flowers in his hands, florals from all over Arasak, with brilliant reds, blues, pinks and oranges. There's one flower that leans towards the light, while another blooms only when touched. He smirks. Do you like them? I guess he noticed how I've been unable to take my eyes off of them. When I nod, he places the bouquet at the desk I was working at. Then he reaches into one of his pockets and pulls out a small casing. He opens it to reveal a radiant necklace with gemstones that dazzle in the light. The centerpiece is a ragam, a dark blue stone that lightens in color when placed upon warm skin. "Put this on," Callias says, holding out the casing for me to take. "It matches your eyes." Swallowing thickly, there's a small part of me that doesn't even want to get near that thing. I've never had a piece of jewelry to call my own, especially not one that looks as expensive as this one. "Why?" I blurt out. "It's for you, it's yours." I can wear it later." "No, I want you to wear it now," he demands, almost shoving it into my hands. "I want to see how it looks on you." His strong tone forces me to act, so I take the necklace from him and place it around my neck. The ragam glows to a softer blue hue, which makes Callias's half-lidded eyes twinkle. "You're mine now," he says. There's no words for me to say, so I just nod. Ever since Callias and I had sex, he's changed. Or, better worded, he's never left my side. Seriously, he's with me everywhere I go. At first, I found it endearing. He took care of me, made sure that I was eating well and making the most out of my days. But for so long, I got used to having a bit of time to myself. That doesn't happen anymore. Callias looms over me like a cloud. I'm lucky to get even 5 minutes by myself, and that's usually to go to the bathroom. Callias has been doing this for the last week. When will it end? When will he leave me alone? Today, I manage to get a bit lucky and slip away from him while he's in the kitchen with Nesria. I scurry into the library, gently closing the door behind me to hide the fact that I'm here. Then, I take a book from one of the shelves and bury my head in it. With some peace and silence, I read quietly to myself. I go slowly, allowing myself to pronounce the words and practice on the more complex sentences. I make a mental note of the words that give me some difficulty, like disenfranchised and inhospitable. Just as I'm turning the next page, I freeze up to hear the sound of the library door opening behind me. All of the calm that I was just feeling disappears in an instant. Rage slowly pools into my veins and clouds my vision, making me clench my teeth and fists until it brings me physical pain. "Vanessa?" "Callias, when the fuck are you ever going to leave me alone?" "Vanessa, what are you doing? Reading? Come here and read to me." One of my eye twitches. I slam the book closed. "No, I won't." "What? I'm not going to read to you." I whip around in my seat. I have to hold myself back from tossing the book at him. "Why do you have to follow me around everywhere? Why can't I have some time to myself?" Callias stares at me as if I'm talking crazy, but I know I'm not. Anyone would be sick of getting bothered every moment of the day. This doesn't feel healthy. As much as I appreciate Callias and all he's done for me, he's making me resent him a little bit. "Why haven't you gotten tired of me? Don't you have other things to do besides follow me around all day?" Instead of responding immediately, Callias only blinks a few times at me. I hope he's processing what I said and realizes that he's in the wrong. Otherwise, I might just tear the hair out of my skull. I could never get tired of you," he replies slowly, taking a few steps forward. "I want to spend my time with you, that's all." I slam my palm against the book, needing to take out my frustrations on something. "I know that. You've made that incredibly obvious by now, but I don't want to spend my time with you right now." Callias stiffens. "Why?" "We spend every single day together. Aren't you getting bored of me? If I were in your position, I would. Why don't you go take a walk, read a book, or do something else?" "What if I don't want to do those things?" he asks earnestly, tilting his head slightly. "I need to take care of you. I can't let anything happen to you." Rolling my eyes, I gather my belongings and tuck them underneath my arm. I wish he wasn't being serious, but his expression is telling. He doesn't see anything wrong with this, and it's driving me insane. "That's it," I announce, holding a hand up as I sidestep around him. "I need to leave. Please don't follow me." "Vanessa, I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. I thought you liked our time together." "Too much of a good thing gets overwhelming pretty quickly," I remind, backing away quickly as he makes an attempt to reach for my wrist. "Please give me the rest of the day by myself. I'm not in the mood to talk to anyone right now." "But..." "Stop it! Just respect my wishes!" Turning on my heels, I hurry out of the library and slam the door behind me with a foot. Then I race to my bedroom and lock the door. I heave my dresser towards the door and shove it against the doorknob, which will hopefully deter Callias from trying to enter. Knowing him, he might just break the door down and come in regardless. What's gotten into him? Why is he doing this if he knows it's making me uncomfortable? Exhausted, I flop down onto my bed and stare up at the ceiling. I sigh. Callias is one of the best things that has happened to my life. He means a lot to me and I'm grateful that he has brought me into his home. I like him. Having sex with him only cemented that in my mind. But still, he can't keep chasing after me. It repels me. It makes me want to hide in this bedroom forever if it means putting some much-needed distance between him and I. What do I have to do to get him to understand?
Chapter 13. Callias. Nesria, move, I repeat for the 5th time to her. She shakes her head, keeping her short arms folded. This is the 10th time you come to her room. What do you need this time? I frown. I believe that's none of your concern. Might I add, this is the 8th time. She sighs. There's not much of a difference, young man. She's just a little upset. I'm here to find out what it is so we can continue spending time together. There's nothing wrong with that. I was surprised when she suddenly snapped at me. I never thought my sweet was capable of getting that red in the face with another emotion. Did someone bother her while in my absence? What if I'm not really the one she's upset with? What if someone got close to her without me noticing? She's upset only with you. Who would dare come close to her? She exclaims. Come here a moment. It's been long since I gave you a good talking to. She grabs my hand and drags me away from my beloved's bedroom. Reluctantly, I let myself be pulled away, knowing that Nesria won't let this go. She never does. We go to my study and she shuts the door behind her. Then she points at my chair to sit on it. As if I were a child still, I heed her orders and sit down with a gruff. Now don't interrupt me. You need to listen carefully. Fine, I say. You are suffocating her. You don't even stop touching her for 1 second. From morning to night, you are stuck to her like a conjoined twin. I stay quiet as she continues to badger me. Every word she spouts at me feels like a hellfire raining down on me. I can't deny her words, but what else am I supposed to do? All I can think about is her and her only. I feel like I'm suffocating if I'm not near her. She's the breath of my life and reason for it all. Her responding sexually to me is all the proof needed that she's entirely mine. These urges to keep branding her as such never stop. I always want to be sure that this isn't a dream in the slightest, that her scent embedding my skin is real, the way her eyes follow me everywhere, sucking me into their allure. Even the sound of her voice is too melodious to be anything but a dream. Are you listening to me? Nesria snaps me out of my thoughts again. She makes a face over the table that's as tall as her hips. You're thinking about Vanessa right now. I sigh loudly. Is it wrong for me to do so? No, it's not. But please understand that your behavior is getting too extreme. I worry that you're losing sleep or will go to much more extreme lengths. Such as? I'd rather not give you ideas. Keep in mind that you often tell me and the rest of the servants to leave you alone when you're having a bad day. But all I've been trying to do is give Vanessa good days. I know you mean well, but acting like you are now is only going to have her hate you. Remember that she's used to being alone. This is all still new to her. What if she no longer wants to spend time with me if I keep my distance? I assure you that won't happen. Just give her some space, that's all you need to do. I mull over her words, not liking them one bit, but I seem to be left with no other choice. I'll have to suffer these next few days in solidarity. I'll do anything for her, after all. Just please don't hate me. Fine. I understand, Nesria. The regret started as soon as those words left my mouth. The next few days of not seeing Vanessa are excruciating. It made me think about her even more. If she's eating well, what she's doing, where she is, what she's thinking about in my absence. I tried and failed to get sneak peeks of her, but Nisraya caught me several times. I sequestered myself to my office, knowing that Vanessa won't be near it. It just makes it all the more painful. I sigh as I sip my amaranth. I spit it out. It tastes infinitely more different, and worse without Vanessa at my side. Everything tastes awful now, and I might as well lose my sense of taste. How much longer do I have to give her space? I think to myself as there's a knock on the door. "Come in, Nesria," I say, but quickly notice it's Dimmy instead. I raise an eyebrow. "Since when did you get the liberty to come and go in here?" He laughs it off. "Nesria let me in. You won't kick me out, will you, old friend?" "Do whatever you want," I grumble. "Thank you," he says as he takes a seat. "How are things going with—" "Awful." He blinks several times. "Already? I thought things were going so well." "Well, not anymore. According to Nesria, I need to leave her be for some time." "Why? What did you do?" "I still don't understand, but apparently I'm smothering her. What's so wrong about me wanting to spend every second of the day and night being by her side? Vanessa even blew up at me because of it. Does she already hate me?" I see Daimi trying to stifle his laughter, but he covers it up with a cough. I give him a warning glare and he raises his arms, feigning innocence. "Kalius, I understand this is the first woman you're involved with, but I'm not just involved with her. We're going to be together for eternity." "Okay, I get it, but I agree with Nesria. If you keep at it, she's going to dread seeing you next to her because you never leave her alone." I brush my hair back, grabbing a tuft of hair. But how much space does she need? It's going to be a week already. It's going to be a constant thing, you know. Women like having their space, and she'll appreciate you respecting her boundaries. That's really all there is to it. I raise an eyebrow incredulously. "That's all?" He shrugs. "Well, how about this? Leaving her be from time to time will guarantee she will miss you. Every time she sees you again, she'll be so happy and excited that you won't have to worry about not keeping your hands all over each other." "Does that really work?" He smirks. "I don't mean to brag, but..." I roll my eyes. "What else do I need to do?" "You can also give her small gifts when you see her again. Keep in mind that it only works if you haven't seen each other for a week or more. You don't want to seem too obsessed with her to the point to make her uncomfortable. You'll also run out of things to give her." "But I am obsessed with her, that's the problem. I never thought I'd have all these rules and regulations when bringing her with me. It makes me worry even further that I'll keep doing something wrong and drive her from my arms. It makes me physically ill to think about her leaving me." Daimi smiles sympathetically at me. It's shameful that someone other than Nesria knows about my relationship problems, but there's no one else better to give womanly advice. He taps his fingers on his lap, and his leg shakes. He puts on a playful mask, but those little movements tell me there's something going on. "You didn't come just for a visit, did you?" He presses his mouth and makes a popping sound. "That too, but, unfortunately, there's problems arising from the horizon. Literally." I turn my body towards him, leaning my elbows on my desk. "It's the Xaphans, isn't it?" "I'm afraid so. I don't mean to bring you this news when you're going through something, but it's not looking good." "Tell me." "The new Solus military base has been expanded into the ocean. It's very close to where Glebe's national waters begin. It's making the nymphs uneasy, and they're looking to the Demon King to do something about this." I rub my temples, frowning. I knew they were up to something. I didn't think they'd act so quickly. Is there any news from their other bases? "Not yet, but I wouldn't doubt they'll all be informed in less than 2 days. This could also stir up trouble for demons that are in New Solus." I exhale sharply. If the Xaphans cause trouble for demons, they'll have the whole of Arasak involved. If it must be, then it shall be. Dimhi's words stay in mind all day long. He just wanted to warn me beforehand, and now I have to think of a plan. A plan that doesn't alarm Ykoth enough to break out in war. I'll need to talk to the king if the nymphs want him to intervene. But it's more complicated than that, and I don't have in mind to throw Arasaka into chaos because of those abhorrent Zaphans. I don't want to create danger for Vanessa either. Another one of my worries weighs heavily as I lay in my large and empty bed. The whole bedroom feels empty without her presence. I'd like to at least fix that issue before dealing with those vile creatures.
Chapter 14. Vanessa. It's a new day, and with it comes a beautiful morning. For the first time in what feels like forever, I do not have Callias breathing down my neck. For that, I'm glad. I rise out of bed after a restful sleep, starting the day ahead by choosing a blue silk gown from my closet. I'm still getting used to this space and the many liberties that come with it. Callias may have some work to do in learning the meaning of personal boundaries, but I am grateful that he has given me so much room to enjoy. I take a moment to admire my private quarters, reflecting and comparing it to what I had to put up with in my past. Now that I think about it, I never really had a place to truly call my own. Everywhere I've ever slept was cramped, mouldy, and made worse by sharing such small spaces with family or other humans trying to earn their wings. It's as if living here has allowed me the opportunity to simply breathe, a privilege that seems like I was denied for so long. The silence I have here is bizarre. Gone are the babbling voices and cries of pain that had always flooded my environment. I close my eyes and relish in the wave of peace that washes over me, letting thoughts come and go as they please. I have time and space alone to experience them in full now, and it's an opportunity I'm more than keen to take advantage of. Among them are my family and Camuel. Although they occupy a dark place within me, I do not allow them to linger in my mind. I let my head wander for a little while more before the thought of Callias settles in. I recall how I had blown up at him, and while part of me feels bad for it, I remind myself that I was simply setting a boundary with him. I have a new life, and with it, I'm set on not taking any harassment from anyone. Those days are firmly behind me. At the same time, I hope I have not pushed him away. I open my eyes, letting out a long sigh of contentment before moving on. I leave my room in search of Callias. I must show him that just because I do not want him hanging over me for all hours of the day, it does not mean that I don't value our time together. After all, he was the man who saved me from the clutches of everyone else in New Solus. I owe him my life for that. Maybe he has thought about what he's done and learned the importance of space and time alone. Callias! I call out repeatedly as I roam from room to room. Are you here? I head down to the first floor of the mansion. Turning a corner, I almost bump into Nesria as she tends to her cleaning duties. Sorry, I blurt. Nesria, have you seen Callias around? I can't seem to find him anywhere. I think you're just about too late, my dear, she says with a regretful tone. He's just about to depart on a trip for work. Is he already gone? I ask snappily. He just went out the door a few moments ago. I spin around and make way for the exit as quickly as my limp will let me. Wait, Nesria calls. You cannot head out that door. It's breaking the rules. I'm already at the exit by the time she finishes yelling. I swing the doors open, seeing Callias in the distance as he loads some luggage onto a carriage. I look down at the ground, eager to run to him, but I do not dare set foot over the boundary of the doorframe. Callias and Nesria have shown me nothing but respect from the first day I came here. I would be insane to blatantly go against them, even if I have good intentions. Instead, I do the next best thing I can think of. Callias! I yell. The door handle vibrates as I shout his name again. With one foot already stepping into the carriage, his head whips around, smiling cheekily when his gaze meets mine. It's a few minutes later, when we're both sitting together in the lounge. On the table in front of us is some tea and a fresh selection of cakes and fruit. I bet you thought about breaking the rules, he remarks, looking softly into my eyes. Only for a moment, I reply, nudging him. Maybe if the carriage was already on the move, then things would be a different story. It's a good thing you caught me in time then, and that you convinced me to take the day off. Did you miss me after that last conversation we shared? I wanted to talk to you about that, I tell him, rubbing his hand. I've been having the best time of my life since you saved me, Callias. You don't need to doubt that. He peers down past his nose, his face twisting in an expression of deep thought as I continue talking. I just need you to know that my personal space is important. You see, I grew up in cramped spaces my whole life. I couldn't do anything without someone else looking at me, so when it got to the point where you weren't leaving me alone, I was reminded of those times. Otherwise, though, like I said, I've been enjoying my time here with you. He grunts and shrugs his shoulders. Vanessa, you're not just saying that to appease me, are you? He asks, remorse heavy in his voice. Of course I'm not. Why would you say that? I understand everything you're telling me, yet still I cannot help but feel I've been too overbearing on you since your arrival. It's not a problem, I say. Let me explain. You don't have to. Perhaps not, but I think this is important in our journey of getting to know one another. You see, I was dead set on being in your company as much as I was because I felt a force between us, something strong that was pulling me toward you, an experience I have never felt in all my life. I take his hands in mine, though they barely cover them. My parents. Where do I begin with them? They were never good to me. My father was a serial cheater. He would always come home smelling like he had laid with a different woman each night. I could tell by the hints of each perfume lingering off of him. You know he even laid with a Zephanian woman. What about your mother? She could do nothing about it, ultimately deciding to drown in her sorrows with alcohol. I remember spending many nights trying not to make a peep, trying to avoid her angry fists. By the gods, I'm so sorry, I whisper, planting a kiss on his cheek. He turns to face me, a faint smile worn on his lips. It wasn't all bad. After all, I had Nesria to look after me. She was more of a maternal figure to me than my actual mother, but I never had much in the way of relationships outside of her. You mean friends? Friends, mates, anything. I blame myself for the most part, though. Why? I ask. It was your parents who denied you a real childhood. I felt his frustration, the abuse of his parents ringing old bells within me that refused to stay dead. Yes, but I see how people look at me when I walk by. I never found anyone willing for me to open up to, let alone look me directly in the eye. That's why I became this beast that sits before you. Living like this is safer for me. A tear falls down my face, spilling onto his hands, but he takes no notice of it. So about clinging to you, I guess I felt safe enough to drop my guard, especially after what we did in the library. Never did I feel closer to anyone than I did to you on that day. Yet, I got too comfortable with it. Once again, my apologies. Oh, Callias, I whimper, pulling myself in for a hug. I had no idea you saw it that way. I didn't intend for you to feel bad. I know what it's like to have neglectful parents, but that's a story for another time. I plant a kiss on his cheek, feeling the warmth of his face dashing my tear marks away. He turns to me and takes my hands. If your ultimate wish is to leave, then it is one I will grant. I ensure that you'll be taken care of. I tilt my head in confusion. Don't get me wrong, Vanessa, I want you around here, but what I don't want is for you to live with me because you feel like I possess you. By no means are you obligated to remain in this mansion. I've never seen him so vulnerable and open with me. All it does is draw my heart closer to his. He may have given me the option to leave, but for me, there's no choice. My mind was made up long ago. I cup his face and press my lips to his with a burning passion. He wraps his arms around my waist and pulls me on top to straddle him. I think he knows my answer.
Chapter 15. Callias. I'm happy. Happier than I've ever been. Vanessa wants to stay with me, and that fills me with a certain joy I've never quite experienced. I take her hand and lead her to my gardens, surprising her with a picnic that I've planned. I've brought all her favorite foods. While she eats, we continue to talk about our youth. Those stories are melancholia. I change the topic, hoping to see her smile. Her laughter is like a drug to me. I simply cannot get enough of it. When the last morsel of food has been devoured, I lean in to kiss her. Her eyes sparkle with anticipation. As our lips meet, a jolt of electricity surges through my body. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. I deepen the kiss, savoring the taste of her lips and the feel of her body pressed against mine. Vanessa moans softly and I pull away, breathless. "I want you," I whisper, my voice husky with desire. I lay her down on the grass and worship her with my mouth, tasting every inch of her skin. Seeing her lying before me, a goddess of beauty and grace, I can't resist myself. I rip off my shirt and throw it to the ground in frustration. I want nothing between us. The full scene is available for free on Kindle Unlimited.
Chapter 16, Vanessa. Happiness is one of the many things that have eluded me my entire life, just like those human fairy tales Nesria asked me about not long ago. Even during those rare moments in time when things would be looking up for the family, there was always something that stopped me from ever feeling true joy. I spent my whole life wondering why I never felt happy, that is up until this point. Living here has taught me that happiness isn't a mere attachment you can label or force on something or someone. For the first time, I'm truly happy, the pure joy of such a feeling coursing through my veins. It's all because of Callias, whose shoulder I rest my head on as we ride into town for some shopping. We spend the majority of the journey switching between chatting and making out. I enjoy it to the point where I'm genuinely saddened when we reach our destination. "Don't worry," he tells me. "We can pick up where we've left off when we get home." He steps out first, then turns around holding out his hand. I take it and follow suit, stepping out into the bustling streets of the market district. Already, Callias is casting a wary eye around us, perhaps keen on weaseling out any potential flirters. I can't help but laugh and reassure him that I'm all his. Walking slowly, each of us checks out the various goods on sale from jewellery and pottery to fine clothing and home furnishings. "You know something?" I say as we break away from a homeware stall. "It's still so strange to me that I can just head into town and pick up something nice for myself if I want to." "Your life wasn't always so prosperous, so you've mentioned. Did you never save a bit of cash for yourself?" "Virtually every penny I earned went towards my family. By no means is that bad in itself, but there were times I wanted to treat myself to a gift. I do not know much about having good parents either, as you already know, but I'd have imagined that a human set of them would do anything and everything they could to give their children a good life." "Try telling that to mine," I remark. "But my family history isn't something I want to get into right now. Let's just enjoy ourselves and have a bit of fun." Callias growls at a man who looks my way as we pass him by. Rolling my eyes, I pull him along. 2 hours have passed by the time we arrive home, with nothing more than one bag of a new dress that caught my eye. Nesria is there to greet us as soon as we step through the entrance. "Master, there is a colleague of yours waiting for you in the lounge." "It must be Dimhi," Callias mutters. "Should I leave you to it then?" I ask as Nesria takes my bag. No, come with me, I'm sure it's nothing." I link his arm as we make our way to the lounge, where an attractive Gorgon rises to his feet at our entry. "Hello, Callias," he says before extending a hand to me. "And this must be Vanessa. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Likewise, Dimmy," I say with a smile. "Ah, so you know my name. I hope that Callias has told you only the good things about me," he replies, ending with a chuckle. He then turns to the Volvath. "Have you tended to that business regarding King Vagathimon?" "Not yet, but I will in due course. In the meantime, there are other affairs that I need you to deal with urgently. Let me brief you as I walk you out." He returns shortly after departing the room with Dimhi. "Do you have work that you should be doing?" I ask, curious about the mention of the king. "I do, and it's spending time with you," he says with that handsome smile of his. I fall for it every time. He takes my hand and gestures for me to follow him. "Come then, I believe we have unfinished business to attend to together." Sometimes it's he who reminds me that I might like a bit of time alone. I've grown to love that about him, that he remembers the boundaries I've set for myself. Even though I long for him when we're apart, I've noticed I don't grow anxious. Perhaps it's because I know he'll always come back to me. But that's not the only thing I've picked up on. During those periods when I'm relaxing by myself, I have the chance to dissect my thoughts and feelings. I knew already that Callias was responsible for my happiness, but in recent days, it's grown far beyond a simple smile when I see him. Maybe it's a sudden epiphany, or the emergence of a dormant feeling that's been brewing inside of me all along, but I really wouldn't have any of this without him. Perhaps I cannot live without him, I say aloud, gazing out the window. I close my eyes after the words leave my mouth, paying attention to anything that I notice inside of me. There comes no protest, no denial, instead only a shiver of excitement running up my spine, like the kind one gets when one comes to a great realization. My hands clasp together just as Nesria knocks and enters, coming in with a warm smile on her face. It's time for tea, my dear. Callias is waiting for you in the lounge. Care to join him? She takes me down to the lounge, where my saviour rises to his feet at my entry. He takes my hands and kisses them before planting another on my lips. We sit close, our legs touching as he keeps my hands held in his. Nesria emerges once more, wheeling a cart upon which sits a steaming teapot, 2 mugs, and a serving of goddess hearts. The mouth-watering aroma of Nime and bean syrup perfectly complements the rersed herbs. After growing up scraping for coins and scraps of food, the mere concept of a simple tea time is like dining in the finest of restaurants. Nesria pours our tea, asking if there's anything else we may need. She bows and is dismissed for cleaning duties, leaving Callias and myself to our own company. You ought to let me help her out. I can't stand to see her do all of this by herself, I say. Vanessa, you know how I feel about you doing housework. It's strictly forbidden for you to lift a finger in this mansion. Callias, did you not come from a life of slacking yourself away? I thought not having to work would have sounded like a haven for you. I appreciate the concern, I say, but it doesn't mean I want to contribute nothing. Nesria is fine, I'm sure, but I want to lend a hand around here. Let me feel useful. Callias smiles as he picks up his tea, blowing gently on it. The hot water ripples, its calming aroma sent up into the air. I must admit, I'm learning quite a bit from your presence here. It seems like I made the right choice in bringing you back here. There comes a knock at the entrance before I can answer. Callias's head spins around in its direction, a bewildered look worn upon his face. I'm not expecting anyone, he says unsurely. He rises from the couch. I stick behind him as we head for the door. I guess for it to be dimmy, and prepare myself for the introduction by dusting myself off. The door opens. My heart almost stops at the sight of the newcomer, a ghost from my past that I thought was behind me forever. Pasar, I blurt, my throat immediately closing up thereafter. The Xaphen stands tall, peering down his nose at me. A sickening smile spreads across his face that makes me want to throw up. My mind flashes with images of being tortured for my wings, my body having suffered countless hours of agony at the hands of this man. My legs grow weak and I stumble against Callias. He catches me and turns to Pasar, growling at him. For the first time, I see a man who isn't afraid of the Volvath, only drawing himself up more at the sight of Callias. Who are you? Why are you here? Callias hisses. My name is Pasar. The Xaphen grins. I just wanted to see how Vanessa was doing. It has been quite some time since I gave her to Camille, and I heard she ended up under your possession. You know her? He's the Xaphen who tortured me, I cry. He what? You son of a... Pasar says, wagging his finger at Callias. You wouldn't dare lay a hand on a Xaphen in demon territory now, would you? You know how bad that would look, especially for someone with connections to King Vagthiman. How the hell do you know about that? It matters not. All I want is to drop this off for now. He reaches into his cloak. As Pashar's hand shuffles around, I can feel Callias tensing up. I'm sure he wants to rip this bastard's head off, and I wouldn't stop him. Pasar produces an envelope and hands it to Callias. The Volvath snatches it from his hands. It's for the girl, he says. Who's it from? I ask, taking the envelope. Oh, no one in particular, just a group of people you've abandoned to fend for themselves. Pasar snickers. Could it be? I'll be off, he states. I'll be seeing the both of you very soon. Callias slams the door in his face and is too busy trying to calm himself to notice me fleeing back into the lounge. There, I tear open the envelope and pull out the enclosed letter. Dear daughter, I read aloud. Or should I write, demon whore?
Chapter 17. Callias. What the fuck is this? I bellow as I snatch the letter away from Vanessa's hands. I read through the content again and again, wanting to make sure my eyes aren't deceiving me. Her very own parents are calling her the most deranged words I ever heard. My hands shake as I hold the letter. I can't wrap my head around the words I'm reading. The very people who Vanessa sacrificed her well-being for, it's unimaginable that they'd be anything but grateful to her. Don't you dare listen to a word they say! This is nothing but garbage, I tell my beloved, tearing the thing into pieces. She doesn't respond and stays standing as if she still holds the letter. She looks off into the distance, her eyes dull and empty. Vanessa, I call out to her, but she's in a complete catatonic state. I graze my hand over her cheek. My sweet, please say something. She forces herself to move, albeit almost mechanically. Her eyebrows furrow up, and red spots appear on her fair skin. Her eyes turn bloodshot as they fill with tears. They hate me, she whispers. Tears fall down her cheeks. My family hates me. I take her face into my hands, pressing my forehead against hers. Don't pay attention to any of their lies. Nothing in that letter is true. Don't believe them, I say, trying to keep her focus on me. Callias, they said I betrayed them, she whispers, pressing my hands with hers. How can I live with myself? No, this has nothing to do with you. Believe me, they are just speaking because they are tarred on the inside. I don't care if it's your family, but they never deserved you. My words don't reach her. She sobs and hiccups while still holding on to me. I hug her close, squeezing her tight, trying to do everything to comfort her. I was a fool to think that I could protect her from anything. I can't stop her tears and simply hold her tight. They wet through my clothes and touch my skin. Her small hands wrap around my waist, and she clutches my skin with the tips of her fingers. Left without any ideas, I pepper kisses all around her face, licking away her tears and silencing her whimpers. This isn't enough. Why doesn't she stop crying? Each sob is a spear through my chest. I'd rather be tortured with the cruelest methods possible than to hear her cry. I'd rather feel any pain in existence than to have her experience it. I pick her up in my arms, trying to hide my own desperation, and walk straight to my bedroom. Once we're alone and shut away from everyone else, I place Vanessa on the bed. She hunches into a little ball, covering her face with her hands. I lock the door and join her on the bed, scooping her up onto my lap. Vanessa, my love, please stop crying, I beg of her. At this point, she's not even shedding tears, but just panting. I'm going to kill them, I swear. I'll make sure they regret spewing those lies. She suddenly grabs my face. Don't kill them, Callias, please. I hold her hand against my jaw. How can I not? I want to rampage just seeing you like this. She bites her lower lip and buries her face in my chest. Her cries are quieter, but still painful nonetheless. I rub circles on her back and still plant kisses over her head. I'll keep holding her like this until she falls asleep or her sadness passes. They are nothing but lies. All of it is a lie. I don't know how much time passed when she finally closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Her body suddenly went limp before I placed her next to me on the bed. I still held her as close as I could, making sure I was awake all night to watch over her. I thought the hard part was over. Once again, I was wrong. Vanessa, are you awake? I call out to her softly as I open the bedroom door. There's no answer from the other side, and I walk in. She's in the same position as when I left her, I think to myself as I stare at her. She's huddled with two pillows, blanket draped over her legs, and the tray of food untouched. The room's dark as night with the curtains closed, even if Nesria draws them open every morning. This will be the 4th day she doesn't leave the bed nor eat anything. I sit by her feet, carefully running my hand over her hair. She doesn't respond to my touch as she usually would. Her eyes are wide open, but it's like there's nothing behind them, not one thought or emotion present. I take a strand of her hair that's quickly losing its luster and kiss it softly. I inhale the sweet scent of it, grateful that she's not rotting away. At least not yet. "Talk to me, my love," I whisper over her blonde lock. Not one word comes out of her. If it weren't for her labored breathing, I'd think she's dead. It often comes to mind that humans have a different way of dying. If it begins from the inside out, no one will notice until it's too late. I crouch down to her, nuzzling my face on her cheek before kissing it. "You need to get up, Vanessa. Do you want me to help you bathe?" No answer, but this time I won't let it slide so easily. Cautiously, I lift her from the bed, expecting at least one small protest. But it feels like I'm handling a doll. I start the bath, making sure she doesn't show any signs of discomfort while I take off her clothes. She doesn't reject my touch, thankfully. Once she's stripped and bare, I take off my own clothes to sit with her in the tub. I have to keep my feral urges at bay when I glance over her naked body. I wouldn't want her to think I'm assaulting her while she's in this state. "I hope the water is fine with you. I know you don't like it too hot," I say, filling this excruciating silence. Just as the first day I brought her here, I tenderly wash her exquisite body and lovely hair. "I'm going to rub soap over you, all right?" I tell her as I start lathering it on her back. Gently, I rub her skin to get the smell of sheets off her. My hands carefully roam over her small body, making sure every crevice is thoroughly clean. Vanessa looks down at her knees while I wash her, her mind still far away from me. I move her hair to the front to wash over her nape, showing the delicate lines of her small frame. Unable to help myself, I softly kiss her shoulders and make my way up her neck. "Please, come back to me, won't you?" I whisper against her soft skin. I wish I would have killed that wretched Xaphin before he had the chance to give the letter to her. All of this is because I keep believing she just needs physical protection. I want to protect her from anything that might hurt her in any way. But how can I make sure nothing's able to reach her? I look down at my beloved, nearly lifeless. Decidedly, I take her out of the bath, not caring if we're both completely naked. She looks up at me while I lay her down on the bed, somewhat surprised. Yet she keeps silent. "I'll be right back," I say as I kiss her. I then throw on whatever spare clothes I have and storm out of my bedroom. If I'm going to protect my one and only beloved, I'll do it the only way I know how, sequestering ourselves from the rest of the world. "Nesria, send for Dimhi. Tell him to come immediate." "Here, Kalias." I hear Dimhi from the main entrance. I frown. "You're here already? Why do you keep barging in like it's your own place?" "I'm sorry, but it's about the Xaphins. Are they starting a war?" "No." "Then I don't care. Right now, I have much more important things to do," I say as I walk past him. "Actually, I want to talk to you about something else." "Yes?" "Please keep an eye on that revolting Xaphon, Pashchar. He's become a thorn in my side." "Of course, but what—" After getting his confirmation, I walk past him, already heading back to Vanessa. "Wait, Callias! Where are you going? What's happening?" he yells out. "I'm isolating myself with Vanessa until further notice. Do not come here unless it's news about Pashchar," I warn him before walking off towards my bedroom. Everything needed to be settled quickly and easily. Vanessa needs my undivided attention and protection. If no one comes near us, then nothing will hurt her. I'll just have Nesria leave our food by the door and not let anyone inside my home. I walk into the bedroom, seeing Vanessa in the same position. I plop on the bed and pull her against my chest by her waist. I don't care what Nesria said before. I will not leave her side for a second more. Everything will be fine. I'm here, my beloved. I'm here, I whisper against her head.
Chapter 18. Vanessa. I'm stumbling home, though I can't see more than a few feet ahead of me. A trench of darkness surrounds me with a foul odour lingering in the air. Shouts and insults of threats and violence are hurled my way as I traverse the mysterious path. The ground beneath me is unbearably cold on my bare feet, the wet mud and shards of glass only making it worse. "Vanessa!" a cruel voice yells behind me. I peer over my shoulder, my eyes landing on the Zafan Pasar as he wields a barbed whip in his hands, swinging its end around in a malicious fashion. He smiles wide, blood seeping through the gaps between his teeth. "You're not done yet." "No," I mutter. "I can't do it anymore. Have I not suffered enough?" "Oh, you've suffered all right, just not to my satisfaction. In fact, you still have a ways to go if you want those wings. You know they must be earned. Get away from me!" I begin running, more afraid of the Zafan than I am of the darkness. Anything is better than falling back into his dastardly hands. I keep running even when my body screams for me to stop. I only come to a halt when I see my house in the distance, my lungs begging for air. The glass digs deeper into the soles of my feet as I walk on. As I draw closer to the front door, it opens by itself. Suddenly, my parents appear in the doorway, standing close by each other's side, as if to block me from entering. "What are you doing home?" they ask, their voices coming together to produce a deep and terrifying pitch. "You do not yet have your wings." "But look," I retort, "I have this." From my pocket I produce a small bag of money, just enough to get us through a month. They take it from my hands as I smile at them, waiting for their praises. But when they look up from the money, there is a cold, fearful malice on their faces. My father punches me, knocking me back to the ground. I look up dizzily to see the door slam shut. Peering out the windows are my two younger siblings, simply shaking their heads at me. "No," I mutter. "I did this for you. Please, I need help." They move away, and my home begins to fade away. I turn over and get up on my knees, looking at the countless passers-by as they shoot me looks of disgust. "Won't someone help me? I did nothing wrong." From behind the crowd, there emerges a bright white light. It comes closer as the crowd splits into two. There is no strength left within me to run when the light fades, revealing itself as Pasar. He stops in front of me, grasping my chin and rearing it up so that our eyes meet. "Are you not going to fight for your family even when they do not love you? Shall you leave your siblings to the atrocities of your parents? Shame on you, Vanessa. Shame on you." Although I'm glad to be in the safety of my private quarters, it feels like I have barely gotten a wink of sleep. Part of me wishes to immediately return to my slumber, but my fear of the nightmare resuming is enough to convince me to stay awake for the time being. Sighing in defeat, I prop myself up against the bed frame. A canister of Röst-infused water lies on the bedside cabinet, from which I drink a generous mouthful. Its refreshing properties are enough to help subside the headache. Laying beside it is the letter from my family. I know I should not read it. Alas, I cannot help myself from reading it once more, my eyes repeatedly running over the words of slut, shaming and sleeping with the enemy. "You whore! How could you lay with a demon? Have you gone mad? What happened to earning your wings and freeing this family from the everyday turmoil of our existence? Do you no longer care for us?" Guilt plagues my mind, but whatever little sympathy I have left for my parents withers away the more I read it. I had always felt sorry for my mother for her disability and my father's troubles in finding work, but now I see they're simply cruel. It's as simple as that. I do not know why it took me this long to see the truth. Nevertheless, it doesn't help me feel any better about this situation. There are still my siblings to worry about. They are the only family I feel sorrow for. There were times in the past when we reassured each other that things were going to turn out just fine. "Surely they had no say in this letter," I say. "Neither of them have the heart to write or even think such horrid things." Even then, I'm not confident in what I tell myself. After all, I had left them behind to suffer the wrath of our parents while I lived it up in some mansion. I only hope they're being looked after, that perhaps my vanishing was a wake-up call for my parents to do what they were meant to be doing all this time. I run a hand over my face, only noticing I'd been crying as my palms become wet with tears. It was hard enough to have protected myself. Why must the world be so cruel to a woman like me? Have I not suffered enough for my family? For the first time in a week, I decide I'd better leave my room. I've been rotting in here for the past few days, and I know better than to expect this guilt to wash away by doing nothing. Yet still, I do not know what it'll take to feel better. I'm willing to try, though, and I need to rely on myself. No one else can fix my inner turmoil for me. I swing my legs out to meet the floor, stiffening with pain as I stand. I trudge to the window, looking over Nixia's horizon in deep thought of where my siblings could be at this very moment. I think of nothing but the rags I last saw them in as my eyes wander over the selection of silk dresses and gowns I have in my closet, a harsh reminder of how I left them behind. Why can't they be here with me right now? They still have a shred of innocence left. They deserve a better life than I do. When I finally accomplish the task of getting dressed, I leave my room. The hallways feel familiar yet distant. I make my way downstairs to the dining room, where I come across Callias eating by his lonesome. The sight of him by himself eats away inside of me. Clearing my throat causes him to spin around. That wonderful smile of his spreads over his face. How on Arasak I can make one person so happy is beyond me. For a brief moment, it helps me forget all of my troubles. Callias's muscular arms wrap me tight in a warm embrace. "I'm so happy to see you up and around," he says gently, a rumbling coming from deep within his chest. He then plants a glorious kiss upon me. "Come, have a seat, Nesria." The housemaid appears. She too appears delighted to see me. However, her face drops ever so slightly as her gaze narrows in on me in a studious manner. I turn away swiftly. "Fetch us something to eat, would you?" Callias asks. "Certainly," Nesria answers. In the reflection of a silver vase sitting on the table, I watch her shoot another strange look at me before departing. "How are you? These rooms grew lonely without your presence." "I'm fine," I tell the Volvarth, feigning a smile. "I just figured I'd been in there long enough." "You have no idea how glad I am to see you smiling again. I was getting more and more concerned with each passing day." I didn't mean to make you worry so much," I reply, that familiar guilt settling in once more. "After knowing what you went through, I just want you to be happy." Deep inside, I know he is right in the sense that I deserve joy, even if he does not know the full extent of what I've been through. We indulge in lunch. My appetite has not yet returned, but I manage to eat more than I anticipated, mostly to appease Callias. Seeing how happy he is to have me back only prevents me from telling him of my troubles. What kind of woman would I be to tarnish his mood? The last thing I would willingly do is take away his happiness. "Again, let me just say I'm glad you got over your depression," he marvels, pouring me a drink. "Yeah," I mutter, staring at my reflection in the glass. "Me too."
Chapter 19. Callias. It was only 1 week of Vanessa refusing to leave her private quarters, but to Nesria and I, it had felt like nothing shorter than an eternity. My mind had been riddled with worry, and at times I had grown sick with concern. It's not right to have someone under your care rotting away in their bed for days on end, barely mustering more than a mouthful of food at mealtime. She had even grown disinterested in reading together, one of the very things we bonded over when she first arrived. I dealt with feelings of failure, but that all changed when she showed up in the dining room, her radiant beauty as flourishing as ever. My troubles left me in an instant. After our meal, we ventured out to town for a shopping spree. Now we're returning to the mansion with bags upon bags of clothing and jewelry, befitting for a woman like Vanessa. "Did you enjoy your day?" I ask, stroking her hair behind her ear. "Yeah, it was lovely." "I'm glad to hear," I reply, sighing with contentment. "So, what would you like to do when we get back inside?" I think I would like a bit of alone time, if that's okay." "Of course it is. I haven't forgotten how important that is to you," I say, ending with a laugh. She smiles and looks out the window as we draw closer to my home. Soon I'm carrying all of her bags inside as she gets a head start. I step into the entrance to see Nesria talking to Vanessa, with her hand resting on my girl's shoulder. Before I say anything, Vanessa hurries off upstairs. Nesria turns to me with a blank expression and comes to offer me a hand. "Have these stowed away, would you? Make me some tea after you're done. I'll be relaxing in the lounge." I could finally go about my day and not worry about Vanessa. Taking a break from my work no longer feels like a crime. Not a single worry comes over my mind as I melt into the couch, a book of demonic fairy tales in hand. It is the same one I first gifted to Vanessa upon her arrival, and I am intrigued to take a trip down memory lane. I cannot help but feel proud of myself, wondering if what cured her depression was simply remembering all of the luxuries she has at her disposal here. Nesria enters the lounge with a fresh cup of tea, placing it down on the table in front of me. "You seem quite happy," she remarks. "The happiest you've been in a week." "That's because I am," I reply. "Vanessa has fully recovered from her troubles, and I couldn't be any more elated." My smile drops as she shakes her head. "What is it?" I ask. "Oh, Callius," she says, taking a seat beside me. "You were always a smart boy growing up, and you are no doubt an intelligent man, but sometimes it seems like you have no clue what's going on with those around you." "What are you talking about, Nesria? She told me herself that she was over her depression." She sighs before answering. "She seemed very off when she came down this morning. There was something uncertain in the way she was smiling at us. I noticed it again when you arrived home, so I talked to her while you were bringing in all of the goods." "And?" I retort impatiently. "That woman is nowhere near happy," she says remorsefully. I do not understand. She told me she was okay. Why on Arasak would she lie to me?" "Vanessa did no wrong, nor did she lie to offend you. So don't you dare take this personally, or you will only drive her away further." Sighing, I lean back, throwing my hands up. "So, what the hell am I supposed to do then? I just want her to be happy." Nesria gives my arm a reassuring squeeze. "If you're looking for advice, I highly suggest doing something nice for Vanessa, and I'm not talking about taking her on yet another shopping spree. The gods know we have barely enough room for more clothes." "Maybe I can plan a romantic evening for tonight," I say. "Whatever you decide to do, give her the chance to talk. I think all she wants is to be heard, that's all. If she shares with you, then listen to her. Good luck." With that, I'm left to brainstorm ideas. As I mull over different scenarios, I think of summoning Vanessa down to me for a simple conversation. No, I cannot force it out of her. Maybe I could call Nesria back to help me. No, this is something I should do on my own. As I walk hand in hand with Vanessa towards the garden entrance, I am praying to the gods that my plan works. In the end, I decided it best to have a romantic night just outside the mansion. "After you," I say to Vanessa, gesturing for her to leave first. I then retake her hand as I follow her outside the door, stepping into the gardens. "A lovely evening, is it not?" I remark. "It's beautiful tonight," she says. "Like you." I run my hand down her back as I admire her silk dress, the same shade of red as the sky. "Come then, let us walk." I lead her by the hand to the start of the maze-like garden path. It trails off in many directions, meaning one could spend almost the entire day roaming around if they so desired, or if they were lost. We chat about the day we shared as I guide her through the various twists and turns of the garden. I know it like the back of my hand. We come to the bottom of a small incline. I take us up to its peak, where a large tree sits overlooking the settlement of Nixia. Sarzirok is in the distance, its bright lights visible from miles away. Beside the tree is a blanket with a basket full of food and drinks. There are a few candles on either side, casting a warm glow on the bark of the tree. The whole scene looks like a painting out of a museum. "Callius, what is this?" Vanessa asks. "This whole setup is gorgeous, but there aren't any more gifts for me, are there? I think I have enough for the time being." "I agree. Take a seat and I'll pour you a drink." I kick away loose leaves that have fallen from the tree and gesture for her to sit, joining by her side. We clink our glasses of rehearsed wine and look out over Nixia. The gargantuan volcano peak bites into the crimson skies with its jagged teeth-like formation. I watch as Vanessa takes a sip from her glass. Worn on her face are creases of hesitation. Our eyes meet when she turns to look at me. Her slight frown curls up into a smile, though I have a feeling it's feigned. "So, what's this all about?" she asks, tilting her head. Her blonde hair falls in tufts over her forehead. "I just wish to share this beautiful night with you and talk. I believe there is a lot to be said. I invite you to start, so tell me whatever is on your mind." Her brows narrow in suspicion. I like this wine you chose for us." I reach over and brush her hair behind her ears. "I'm glad you do. Tell me though, is there anything you've been meaning to discuss together? I'm all ears." Vanessa raises an eyebrow at me, then peers down past her nose. "There have been a few things I've been thinking about lately." "Do tell." "Well," she mutters, her shoulders shrugging as she lets out a sigh. "Look, I don't know. Haven't I burdened you enough already? You've been putting off that big job you have with King Vagthyman for a while now, and I'm the reason, am I not? I see where you're coming from, but let me reassure you that it's my own choice to work when I want. Right now, you're more important to me, especially your happiness and well-being. I cannot stress that to you enough. So if there's something inside of you that needs to be let out, let it out then." Squeezing her hand gently, I look deep into her eyes. They well up as tears slowly begin to gather at the base of her eyelids. "Where do I start?" she asks, dashing her face. "There's a lot, no. A ton of shame I'm carrying inside of me right now because of my family." "Is this to do with Pashchar's unannounced visit?" "Yeah," she mutters. She clears her throat before continuing. "My family said some incredibly abhorrent things to me in their letter, and to have it delivered by Pashchar felt like a slap in the face. Why was it him? Did they contact him, I wonder? Her words dry up. I offer her a drink of water. "I'm sorry," she says. "Don't be. I should be the one apologizing, for I had no clue your family was still weighing down heavily on your mind. Here at the mansion, it's my responsibility to make sure you're happy, and I failed. It's not your fault, Callias. Either way, there's no way I'm going to sit by and watch you wallow in shame. When you're with me, I'm not going to allow such feelings to anchor you down." Vanessa smiles as a tear cascades down her cheek. "You speak more highly of me than anyone else I've ever known." "There's a reason for that," I sat. My heart races. I pray it does not stop beating as I take this chance. I love you, Vanessa. You may have been feeling nothing short of terrible these past few days, but know that you've been the shining light I've been looking for in the abyss of darkness that has been my entire life." At that moment, time seems to come to a cathartic halt as I seize up in anticipation of her response. This is it. I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve for this human woman. The next few seconds will change the trajectory of my life.
Chapter 20. Vanessa. A raging heat spreads through my body. My stomach melts, my face is hot, and my throat seizes up after what Callias has just admitted to me. I smile, trying to tell him how I feel, but the words hook themselves to the tip of my tongue. "It's all right," he says. His finger runs down my cheek. "You need not say anything right now. I just wanted you to know how you make me feel day in and day out. But if I may..." He comes closer, his eyes closing as I move to meet him. Our lips come together, exchanging a passionate kiss of heat and excitement. The kiss alone is enough to remind me that this is where my real home is, in the arms of this wonderful demon. In the short amount of time we've been with each other, he's more than proven to me that he is what's been missing my entire life. My family may be blood, but they are not who I choose. This demon is the one thing I need with me for the rest of my days on this planet. He pulls back, gazing lovingly into my eyes. They induce a calming effect, easing me into a state of serenity. I suddenly feel safe to open up in anything and everything, as if there is now a protective bubble encircling us. There is nowhere else I would rather be. Vanessa, you are a once-in-a-lifetime type of girl. Tell me something if you don't mind. Before Camuel, before Pasar, everything seems to trace back to your family. I admit that I do not know the full story of what they put you through, but was there ever a time you considered forgiveness? I look off to the horizon past Nixia in contemplation. I apologize if my question causes you offense. My parents passed a long time ago, but they were dead to me way before their actual death. I therefore perhaps do not understand the dynamics of a real family such as yours. Please, I say, do not worry. If your mere curiosity is enough to provoke me, then that would make me no better than my parents. I think then of my siblings, praying hopelessly that they have gotten it better than I have under the care of my parents, or lack thereof. Imagine having people in your life whose duty is to love you unconditionally, to look out for you, and fight so that you can live life on the best terms. People who are supposed to support you and keep you clear of the things they went through. Yet instead, you're the punching bag they take their anger out on. I laugh, though not out of humour, as I recall the sheer audacity that my family had. Ultimately, I had to be the sole person fending for my family. Because of that, I was robbed of a proper childhood. I have a feeling that my siblings might be going through the same thing. Callias lays a hand on the small of my back. Those are years I can never get back, wounds that will remain as scars on my soul. Calling it a heavy weight feels like an understatement. Things were already going to shit way before I started training to earn my wings. I open it when I note just how light it is, counting the money to find I've been short-handed. This is for 2 days' worth. I worked the whole week, I say, somehow finding the nerve to bring it to the boss's attention. What about the minimum wage that you were telling us recruits about? Listen here, he growls. That's only for the real citizens of Arasak, the demons, not humans. Take it or leave it. He looms over me, causing me to feel even smaller than I already am. I put the money in my pocket and leave. This dispute was one that I had no chance of winning. I begin the journey home. I may have been underpaid, but I am at least relieved to be done for the day. This should be enough to scrape by, but maybe I can add a little to the safe box I have under my bed. I think of a time in the future when I use the savings I've been gathering for a long time to purchase a gift for my siblings. I already know the smiles on their faces will be so worth it. It is already late at night by the time I arrive home. I open the door ever so quietly, spotting Troy and Sam nestled into their bedroll in the corner of the common room. I smile at how adorable they are. The smile drops when I see my mother on my parents' bed in the opposite corner of the room. I recall how she shouted at me this morning, labelling me as a lazy daughter despite the fact this was my 8th day in a row going out to work. You should try it for once. I walk into the kitchen where I see my father, Ludmil, stooped over the table with at least 5 empty bottles. Another bottle has smashed to pieces on the ground. He says no word at the sight of me, so I press onwards to my room. Sighing with exhaustion, I throw the bag of coins on my bedside table. Stooping to the floor, I reach an arm underneath my bed, fishing around for the safe box. It comes into my grip. Fatigue turns to fright when I pull it out. Seeing it has been opened and emptied, it then becomes clear to me. Father must have broken into it for his drinks. Angrily, I toss it down. Marching to the kitchen, I point an accusatory finger at my father. Dad, you stole the money in my room, how dare you? How dare I? How dare you? You're the one stowing money away for yourself when you know just how much this family is struggling. You fucking drunkard. I turn to leave. My head ignites in a whirlwind of pain when I'm pulled down to the ground by my hair. My father unleashes a barrage of kicks to my ribs as I cry out. It had turned into just another night in the family household. Hours later, I'm deep into my training at the hands of the Zaphans. Given their self-proclaimed reputation, I guessed their trials would involve acts of goodwill and the chance to prove one's kind nature. I couldn't have been more wrong. Today's test had me face Pasar in combat, testing my skills with their elite weaponry. If I could not read or write, what made them think I could fight a full-powered Zaffan? The medics at their headquarters patched me up, but it still hurts like hell. I'm walking home, trying not to burst into tears from the burning pain sizzling my right knee. I stop and lay a hand on the wall next to me to catch my breath. A deep sense of dread fills me when I notice I cannot stand up straight. I need to get home and lie down, I think to myself in a desperate attempt to maintain my composure. Everything will be fine after a good night's rest. I continue onwards, biting down hard as I fight through this limp. It's plagued me since I left the headquarters. I'm walking up to the door when I suddenly trip. My face hits the ground hard, almost as hard as when Pasar dealt those devastating blows to my body. My vision blurs for a moment, and it's in those few seconds that I finally face the thought I've been fighting off ever since I started my pursuit of earning my wings. I can't do this anymore. A tear falls from my face down onto my bloodied hands. My body. I've never suffered as much as I have in these past few weeks, not since that bastard Pasar started torturing me. The front door opens, and my mother Teresa appears to greet me. "What happened to you?" she asks calmly, as if she hasn't just discovered her bruised and bloodied daughter outside the family home. "Pasar happened," I snivel. "Come on your feet," she says, putting my arm around her shoulder. "Whatever you're going through right now, it'll all be worth it when you get your wings and carry this family to freedom." "About that," I mutter as we get inside the door. "I don't think I can." My mother pushes me away, causing me to lose balance and fall again. I stick my arms out just in time to break my fall. "What the hell did you just say?" I spin around, peering up at her. Her face is creased with disappointment. "Look at me!" I exclaim. "I can't walk properly anymore. Yet still you expect me to keep going." "Of course I do. Don't you love this family? You know your father is struggling to find work, and I can't do anything with my botched neck." "Mom," I whisper, "please, I can't go on like this." She places a foot down on my knee and leans all of her weight. "Listen here, you're going to continue training with Pasar, or you'll be out on those streets. Now pick yourself up and get to bed, you pathetic bitch." "You need not say a thing. That was my old life, I've put it in the past. This right here," I say, gesturing to the garden and the mansion. "This is where I belong, with you. In a way, I'm glad my life went the way it did because it led me right to you." I move closer to him, laying a hand on his face. I look deep into his dark eyes, tilting my head in admiration of them. "You've shown me my true worth, that I'm more than just someone's plaything or some wretched parent's crutch. I love you, Callias. Kiss me." We end up in each other's arms, kissing under the crimson-red sky. For a while I forget about all of my troubles, refusing to let them tarnish this perfect night.
Chapter 21. Callias. 1 week it has been since that historic night. 1 week since Vanessa laid her trauma bare for me to see. I understand now why she is the way she is, and why she was so incredibly keen on concealing her troubles, keeping them locked away in the depths of her soul. But that night changed everything for both of us. She's now an open book, trusting me with her deepest and darkest secrets. Long gone are the days when she would flinch at the slightest of movements and say barely a word to me when she would eat only a mouthful of food and ignore me when I read to her. She's certainly changed, but I do not think she's a different person. This is who she's truly been all this time. All she needed was someone to listen and understand her, to make her see the value within herself. I think that to myself as I hold her in my arms, basking in the aftermath of a refreshing sleep. We have spent each day together since that night, and I've relished every hour. Alas, business is something I can hold off for only so long. A hard fact I come to realize when a messenger comes to visit during our breakfast. He delivers an envelope stamped with the royal insignia of Ekoth. I know it can only be one thing. but I open it nonetheless. "What is it?" a concerned Vanessa asks. My eyes run along the letter's contents, penned personally by King Vagthiman. His words are full of urgency and insistence that I depart on another mission to New Solus, a task I've been delaying for a while. I'm afraid that I've been summoned to go to New Solus immediately. It's the king's order, so I cannot refuse. "It won't be anything dangerous, will it?" she asks, prodding at her meal. "Worry not. This is a diplomatic affair. There and back again will take me about 2 days. No more, no less." 2 days, she mutters. Somehow that sounds like forever. "I promise you that I'll more than make up for it when I return home," I tell her with a smile. "Besides, 2 days is but a mere fraction of the time we'll have together, my dear." She rises from the table, as do I, meeting her with a kiss. "Must you really go so soon?" "Within the hour, I'm afraid." I spend most of that hour comforting her. Soon I'm standing by the doors, gripping her tightly. "I love you, Callias. I love you too, Vanessa. Do not miss me too much while I'm gone," I tell her, planting a farewell kiss on her lips. As my carriage rides away, I watch the mansion grow smaller behind me. Nesria joins Vanessa, waving a handkerchief in the air before they're nothing more than a speck in the distance. Another messenger meets me at the ports, giving me the files with everything I need to prepare for my trip to the Xaphan headquarters. I pass the time on the boat ride reading over the latest intel reports and written concerns from each nation's leader regarding the purpose of the new military base. But my mind is occupied with one thought, and one thought only, that of Vanessa. I'm already thinking of everything I want us to do upon my return to Nixia. Early the next day, the ship docks at the New Solus port. Beady eyes are cast on me the moment I step foot onto dry land from passing Xaphans. It's nothing I'm not used to. I march to the nearest carriage with my head held high. I refuse to show any sign of weakness here. I'm going to need every ounce of mental strength I can gather if I am to enter the Xaphan headquarters. "Where to?" the driver asks without looking at me. "The Xaphan headquarters." The carriage takes me through many roads. The quality and infrastructure of the human villages are disturbingly different from those of the Xaphans. It's something I've never noticed before. But perhaps I'm only seeing it now that I have someone near and dear in my life who came from a dump like this. I remind myself that it's the fault of the self-proclaimed heroes of Arasak as I return my attention to the briefing files. Soon we reach the base. It stretches far and wide, with a singular tower scraping the clouds. It's yet another cocky example of their desperate attempts to show the world just how glorious they think they are. The driver dismounts from his seat to open my door. Only now does he look at me and see that I am a Volvath. His mouth parts as I climb out of the carriage. I toss him his payment and continue onwards, striding up to the gates. There, 2 guards taller than me ready their weapons and ask me about my business. "Are you sure you're in the right place, demon?" "The hatred in your voice is most unprofessional," I say. "I'm here to meet General Abel." "Very well. He is expecting you." They step aside. I head into the base. Along my journey to meet the general, I come across various displays of weaponry, training exercises, and other vulgar displays of power. And that, if they bring all of this to their new base, then it's no wonder why the king is in an uproar about this. I reach the main building where an unruly secretary leads me to the meeting room. There, General Abel awaits me. "You're late," he snarls. "A demon's clock is never wrong." Neither of us offer each other's hand. "Remind me again why King Vagthiman sent you here," he says. "Let's not waste any time." At least that's one thing we can agree on. The building of your new base is causing a ruckus with the surrounding nations, as you can imagine. "All right, and?" "King Vagthamon says it is in everyone's best interests for the Xaphans to be more transparent about their intentions with it. After all, it's situated dangerously close to the ocean borders. Do you realize that any testing of weapons could potentially be considered a threat?" "It seems like everyone wants to cry over something these days," Abel retorts as he rolls his eyes. "Need I remind you that we're still exercising a ceasefire? There's nothing you nor your king need to worry about. The construction of the base says otherwise. Okay, so it's close to the ocean borders, and so what? There's not a thing that can be done to stop us in any case. I hate to admit it to myself, but I know he's right. Tensions between our nations have always been high, Abel continues. They only worsened when our man Zephon was killed on your territory. Listen, I interject. I did not come here to lecture you or stop the construction. I've come only to relay concerns. None of the other cities or leaders support you in this new base of yours, just know that. I head for the door. I bid you farewell. A member of staff escorts me back to the exit. As I follow, I look out of a window down onto the training grounds below. I come to a halt. What in the... I step closer, squinting my eyes at the horrid sight below. Not only are there Xaphans, but humans too. Everywhere I look, they're in pain. Whether they have hot metal rods pressed into their skin, or being made to fight properly equipped soldiers. I stare at a woman around Vanessa's age as she crawls away from who I assume to be her master, bones protruding out of her leg. It's all too familiar with what Vanessa told me of, the thought of Pasar committing such atrocious acts to her being enough to make me irate. Those are the human trials, the worker says with a proud smile. They're earning their wings, you see. Just get me the hell out of here. I immediately head for the port. Although I know that Vanessa is safe in my home, I cannot bear to be away from her for any longer than I have to. Seeing those humans being put through blatant torture makes me sick to my stomach, knowing my love had to go through it all herself. It's as if I had delved firsthand into her nightmares. Worse yet, I know many of them are not going to make it out alive. Each passing hour feels like a day. I can't sleep on the journey back to Nixia as hard as I try. I recall how Pasar had shown up out of the blue at my home, and I cannot bear the thought of him showing up without me being there to protect Vanessa. After a sleepless night, I continue my way home on a carriage. Finally, I arrive at the mansion, running out of the carriage up to the door. It opens as I run up, Vanessa appearing there in the doorway. I almost tackle the girl as I sweep her into my arms. Vanessa, how I couldn't get you off my mind. That makes two of us, she replies with a giggle, before kissing me. Let me talk, I blurt, pulling away. There is something I need to ask you. She tilts her head. What is it? Vanessa, being away from you gave me a lot of time to think about us. I realize now just how lucky of a man I am to have you in my life. But you see, I wish to have that forever. So my question to you. Her eyes widen, seemingly knowing what I'm about to ask. Will you be my mate? She nods uncontrollably as she bursts into tears. Of course I will, she says between attempts to breathe. What kind of a fool would I be not to spend my life with the man who made me see my worth?
Chapter 22. Vanessa. Have you thought about your dress at all? Since you're human, I'm assuming you want it to be white, Dimmy suggests as he hands me a portfolio of a wedding boutique. We're in Nixia. Where did you find this? Nesria comments. From New Solus. Ikoth does traditional demon ceremonies, but I thought Vanessa would want something from her hometown, he argues with a roll of his eyes. I wanted to suggest some wedding ideas from Vesnios, but Callias would instantly reject it. I giggle as I pat Daimi's scaly hand. I appreciate the thought, but I'm afraid that you're completely right. His smile instantly falls, and he leans back on his chair, feigning hurt. Nesria laughs as she rolls her eyes. She takes out some vivid paintings from a booklet at the far end of the massive table. Since the most important part is your dress, why don't you take a look at these? Matrons are known to have extravagant pieces made when they have a ceremony, she explains before handing me the paintings. My eyes nearly pop out of their sockets when I look at the dresses. If I didn't know any better, I'd think these dresses would be for a royal wedding. I rummage through each one, admiring the intricate work. This one seems to have red sparkly things on their dresses, I mention, squinting my eyes on a matron's sleeves. Those are bloodstones, Dimmy explains. Sosgoroths are the only ones that can get their hands on these gems, and if one is fortunate enough to have a matron mate, they give those to her. Is it only for the matrons? They honestly look quite beautiful with the black fabric. If my dress is white, it wouldn't look this graceful, I say, admiring the same dress while being surprised that that pairing exists as well. Those Sosgoroths must be something else to have a matron mate, I think to myself. That won't be a problem, though, Nesria chimes in. They also sell them, but for a high price. They're extremely rare after all. I cringe. How high? Dimhi waves his hand. If you want it, just say it. Callias won't care about any price if it's you. But I still want to know how expensive this all will be. I know I'm not drowning in poverty anymore, but my old habits will be difficult to ignore. I'll still feel bad if Callias wastes a ridiculous amount of money for our ceremony. Don't be too surprised, but you were Callias's most expensive purchase, Dimmy says. What? That can't be true! He nods while chuckling. It's true. Even bloodstones are cheaper than you, and those go for nearly 60 nodals a pound. I can't believe it. I knew he paid a ridiculous amount for me, but I didn't think... Enough of that. You like the gems? I'll tell Callias and he'll he'll find a Sosgoroth in a heartbeat. My cheeks flare up and I try to cover them with the paintings. This all feels so fast but so exhilarating at the same time. I never thought my life could turn out in the best way possible. Really, I already prepared for the worst when Pasar tricked me. This all seems like a dream. I sigh out loud by accident. It doesn't go unnoticed by the other two. They beam at me as if they were my proud parents, a feeling I'm not used to. But there are many things I'm starting to come around with, and even like Callias being stuck to my side is one of them. Do you think a black dress will suit me? I like the lace design on this dress, but I don't like the long neckline. It'll look like I'm choking, I say, pointing at a dress that's more modest than the rest. Surprisingly, Dimmy crinkles his eyebrows. Everything looks fantastic on you, but I don't think you should show too much skin either. Callias already mentioned that he doesn't want this to be a big thing to avoid others looking at you. Nesria bemoans as she slaps a hand over her face. That boy's getting worse and worse with that obsession of his. He just said yesterday he wants it to be the biggest celebration ever so everyone can see that Vanessa's his. There's a bubbly feeling in my chest. Callias never holds back how much he loves me, but it's something different hearing it from others. I never tire from it. This is all so overwhelming, I bashfully say. Is that good? Dimmy asks. Really good. But I'm still going to struggle with the dress colour. Do bloodstones only come in red? They do, but if you wear a white dress, we can think of a way to not make the garments clash with one another. Nesria smirks. You're a little too into this, aren't you? Dimhi scoffs. Well, I never thought this day would come. I can't help but agree with him. I'm sure with Callias's aggressive and violent facade, everyone never thought he'd pair with someone. That someone is me, of all the creatures in Erasak. I should thank the gods that he decided to have me that day at the slave auction. I grip my hands on the paintings, imagining our life together as an official couple. I'll call him husband, and he'll call me wife. We'll spend quiet days out in the gardens, enjoying the bliss of married life. I hope his work won't take him too long away from me. What about kids? Would he want any at all? Dimhi pokes my cheeks. You're thinking about Callias, huh? My face gets hotter. Maybe, I mumble. Nesria slaps his hand away. Quit with all the touching. Callias will have your head even if it's you. Right, he says. Don't tell him I said you look good in anything. I shake my head. I promise. We continue planning the ceremony, or trying to since we keep getting off track with different conversations. We laugh and eat while discussing ways to intoxicate Callias, even if I think that's something impossible. Although, I did learn that the bloodstones might have seductive properties. Apparently that's why the Sosgoroths give them to the matrons. It could be quite useful for our wedding night. Just thinking about it makes me tingle. I wonder if Callias will take longer with the king, I casually mentioned to distract my obscene thoughts. I'm sure he's on his way already. He really didn't want to leave you in the first place. Dimhi says, as he takes a bite into his cookie. He left this morning, so I... Mistress, a Vonak's servant, Suni, suddenly appears. You have guests here to see you. Should I let them in? I glance at Nesria and Demi, not knowing if I'm allowed to do that. What do they look like, Siuni? Humans with Exafin. Do I let them in? I get up instantly, my stomach sinking. No, stay here. I'll handle it. With a knot in my throat, I dash towards the entrance. I throw the door open, not wanting to believe that it's who I think it is. What are you doing here? I demand to know, as I take notice of Pasar standing next to my family. My parents and siblings stand at my doorstep. Their faces don't look gaunt, and my siblings have a healthy glow to them. While I'm glad they look well, I'm more confused as to why they're here. Why do they also look like they're no longer starving? My siblings try to run up to hug me, yelling my name. My parents pull them back roughly by their arms. I hesitantly look over at Pasar, who's just grinning evilly. Why are you here? I repeat, controlling the waver in my voice. My mum presses her lips before speaking. We wanted to see you, and see how you're doing in person, she says while roaming her eyes over me. I'm fine, I answer curtly. Why are you with him? We asked him to bring us here. He's the one that really helped us after you sold yourself. I interrupt my father. I didn't sell myself, he did. Again, why are you here? My mother's eyes that once looked at me with disdain and resentment well up with tears. She tries to grab my hands, but I pull them back. She flinches from my rejection and steps back. Please, Nessa, she says, referring to me with the name she never called me. I want to sincerely apologize about the awful letter we sent. We were just upset and weren't thinking clearly. I scoff, blinking away tears. You called me a whore and a traitor. You really hurt me. I know, my father interjects, and we deeply regret it. You were just trying to survive for our sake, but from the bottom of our heart, we're sorry. I glance at Pasar, then at my parents. Despite their apologies, I can't help but feel they don't actually mean it. Please, my dear, we're sorry. We want you to come back, my mother says. What? Come back home. You don't have to do this. Things will be different, we swear. I don't believe you, I say harshly. You don't even belong here. You belong in the human settlement. No. I take a step away, shaking my head. My place is with Callias now. Please leave. Before I can get back in the mansion and close the door, Pasar steps between me and the door. I gasp and jump away from him. You still owe me, he hisses.
Chapter 23. Callias. What should be a normal carriage ride back to my mansion has me a jittering and nervous mess. Sweat drenches my forehead while I dab it with a handkerchief. It's not even hot in here. It's not the weather making me like this, though. It's the fact that Vanessa is not with me. After witnessing the atrocities done upon the humans during my recent excursion to New Solus, I cannot stand being away from her. I lean back in my seat, exhaling a long and drawn-out sigh in an effort to calm my nerves. Relax, Daimi is there to keep an eye on her, as is Nesria. She's a tough old lady. All will be fine, I tell myself as the carriage makes a final turn. The mansion is just a few minutes down the road from here. I'm just overthinking it. I find myself laughing at my own self-peril. Soon I'll be... Wait a minute. Driver, halt! The carriage comes to an abrupt stop. I open the carriage door and look in the distance. What is it? The driver asks. I'll get out here. Take this. I hop out and toss the payment to the driver. He shrugs his shoulders and spurs the reins, turning back the way we had come. I move quickly towards a tree, ducking behind it. Peering my head out, I squint closer to get a better look at what had caught my attention. There is another carriage sitting just outside my mansion, one that I do not recognize. That doesn't belong to Demi. Seeing a group gathered at the door, I decide to move up. I don't like unannounced visits, especially after Pasar took it upon himself to drop by the other day. Reaching the mansion, I press myself against the side wall and silently move closer, stopping just short of the turn. My heart drops when I recognize a voice as that of the bastard Zafin himself. What the hell is he doing here? I swear I'm going to kill him. I lower my hand to my sheathed sword. As I grip its handle, someone else speaks out, this time a voice I do not recognize. Who the... I mutter, crossing my brows in confusion. The woman's voice sounds human. It is irritating and grating on the ears as they plead forgiveness. It couldn't possibly be... Vanessa's family? But how did they get here? This must be Pashar's doing. The stories told to me by Vanessa of her agony and neglect at the hands of her family echo in my head. Using my blade on her parents suddenly doesn't sound like such a bad idea. The love of my life's blunt refusal of their apology earns my approval, and so I remove my hand from my sword. It looks like I will not have to do anything at all. If they leave now, they had better stay gone. But then there comes the sound of something hard, like a leather boot stopping the door from being closed. Immediately, my hand shoots to my dagger, hanging off the opposite side of my belt. You still owe me, Pasar hisses. My skin becomes flushed and red-hot with fury. To come here once without warning is cause for concern. To do it twice is disrespect of the highest order. But to intrude by setting foot in my doorway and threatening Vanessa, it is something I can never forgive. I unsheathe my knife and step out from around the corner. Vanessa's family spots me. They make no sound, but their eyes grow wide with horror as they cover their mouths in shock. Stalking the Zaphen, I draw closer, gripping the knife extra tight. He now lays a hand on the door for leverage. What the hell are you doing here? Daimi's tense voice comes from inside the mansion. Vanessa, get behind me! She's not going anywhere, Gorgon scum. Stay your blade too if you know what's good for you. What the hell do you want, Pasar? Haven't you tormented me enough? Now you have to bring my family into this. At least your family still has a shred of common sense left in them. How do you think they felt when they found out you were sleeping with a demon? Speaking of, where is he? I wish to see him. I come into Vanessa's view. Her eyes widen ever so slightly, knowing not to give me away. He's not here. Very well, I suppose I'll have to come inside and wait. I must talk to him. I lunge forward and wrap my arm around his throat, squeezing tight until I hear him wheeze. I'm right here, I snarl. I thrust the dagger deep into his side, aiming upwards in the hopes of hitting his vital organs. He gasps and headbutts me hard. I'm knocked back but manage to stay on my feet, watching as he stumbles and briefly loses his footing. He shoots his hand out to the wall for support, sitting down at his side. Blood seeps out, creating a crimson stain that grows with each passing second. If looks could kill, I'd be the one dying right now as he whips his head up at me. You fool! Do you know what you've done? He hisses through his teeth. Yes, I've only gone and mortally wounded you, I say calmly, raising my chin high as my hand moves to the handle of my sword. Which means that even if you wanted to run back to New Solus and tell them what I've done, you wouldn't be able to. Bastard! If this is how I go out, then I'm taking you with me. Dimhi, get Vanessa back! Kallias, watch out! Vanessa screams. Pasar unsheathes his sword and springs forth. He moves with such speed that shouldn't be capable of a man whose life is slipping away. Up until now, I've only ever seen this calm and composed side of him. Now that the man is dying, he unleashes his fabled furiosity. Had I been anyone else, I may not have stood a chance. But little does he know who he is dealing with. I bring my sword up to meet his as our blades collide, sending an ear-piercing ringing through the air. Our faces are inches away from each other. Don't strain yourself, I joke. You'll only die quicker. Bastard! He retracts and attempts a swing at my legs, but winces as he pulls the sword back for the blow. I slice diagonally across his chest, expertly applying minimal force so that it does not kill him. Pasar is undeserving of a quick and painless death. He falls back towards Vanessa's family, who scurry away in response. His eyes flutter in a scrambling effort to stay conscious. Blindly, he hurls his sword in an attack that even a rookie swordsman would cringe at. I sidestep him and slice at the backs of both knees in one quick, fleeting movement. Crying out, he falls to the ground, struggling to stay upright on his knees. He tries to raise the sword, but instead it drops from his hand. Pathetically, he balls a fist and hits me. I take it like it's nothing. Sheathing my sword, I kneel and remove the dagger from his back, causing him to squeal. I grab his chin and raise his head to look up at me. It'll be the last thing he sees before I take his life. I look over at Vanessa's family. Her siblings cower behind her parents. You may want to look elsewhere, I tell them before looking back at Pasar. This is for Vanessa. I slit his throat and gently push him back, watching as he gurgles and chokes on his blood. You did it, Vanessa mumbles from behind me. She joins me by my side as we peer down at him. His eyes meet hers for a moment, but not for long as they roll back. With that, he stops squirming, and his life ceases to be. Sheathing my dagger, I turn to Vanessa's family, staring Ludmill dead in his eyes. Don't think I haven't heard of what you inflicted upon my mate. You'd best get out of here while you still can. Without hesitation, they scramble towards Pasar's carriage and take the reins, disappearing out of my sight. I turn to Vanessa, sighing in exhaustion. Though I was victorious, the fight took more out of me than I expected. Are you hurt? She asks. No. Are you okay? Of course I am. You saved me yet again. I smile and stroke her cheek. Get inside and stay with Nesria, would you? She nods and runs back into the mansion. Dimhi steps forth. We should dispose of the body, he says, glaring down at the Xaphan's corpse. Any ideas? I know what to do. It'll shred any trace of him ever being here. A few minutes later, he and I stand side by side. We watch as Pasar's body lights up in flames. The smell of burning flesh fills the air, but it's a scent I welcome, knowing it marks the end of threats to Vanessa's life.
Chapter 24. Vanessa. I don't give my family a second glance. Kalius is bleeding and I want to clean the blood off him and make sure he isn't hurt too badly. He killed Pasar for me. He stood up to my family. He saved me. I'm going to be his mate. I love him. He loves me. Nothing else, no one else, matters. I wipe him down gently. Most of the blood on him isn't even his. That fills me with relief. I can't bear the thought of him hurting. He dismisses everyone else in the mansion. It's just us. I lean my forehead against his. I'm glad you're safe. I was worried Pasar would hurt you.
Kalius scoffs. Vanessa, you should know by now that scum like Pasar could never hurt me. He was weak, and now he is no longer a threat. You are safe, and we're together.
I nod. We're stronger together, I whisper. Now the need to touch him, to taste him fills me. I need him inside of me. I need him to love me. I straddle him while he sits there in his blood-soaked clothing and wrap my arms around his thick neck. Make love to me, Kalius, I groan. His mouth finds mine, and his kiss is fierce, passionate, and possessive. I feel his hands move to my hips and he lifts me off the ground, carrying me to the nearest bed. We fall onto it, still locked in a heated embrace. Kalius pulls away, looking down at me with intense eyes. Are you sure, Vanessa? I don't want to hurt you. I nod, my own eyes filled with desire. I trust you. I want this.
Chapter 25. Kalius. Are you sure you want to start from the beginning? Vanessa asks. I nod. I am. I know I said you could plan with Nesria and Dimhi, but I didn't think you'd plan so far ahead. If you don't wish to start over, I understand. She shakes her head and kisses my cheek. It's okay. To be honest, I looked forward to planning the ceremony with you. And well, We were interrupted. I frown. All that matters is that they're no longer part of your life. There's a slight shift in Vanessa's expression. She agrees with me, but I can't help but notice the sadness beneath her lovely face. While I'm happy she chose me over them, I wouldn't want the separation to weigh on her mind. I hold out my hand for her, motioning for her to take it. With a sad smile, she places her small hand on mine. I pull her in close, placing her on my lap. She circles her arms around my neck and our hearts beat as one. I'll keep my promise to protect you from everything and anything, I say next to her ear. She shivers. I know you will, Callias. Thank you. Our hug turns into a tender kiss. Just a small and quick reassurance from both of us. After we part, she fixes herself on my lap to face the table. I circle my arms around her waist and rest my head on her shoulder. Are you able to look at them like that? She asks. I chuckle. Of course, you know I can't bear to be separate from you. She playfully rolls her eyes and spreads out everything she and the others have planned so far. They got a lot done in the time I left to see the king. I don't want to admit it, but I'm starting to regret leaving Nesria and Dimhi with her. I pick up a sheet of paper entirely covered with plans. Vanessa wrote down the name of whose idea it is. Dimhi's name appears quite a lot. I crinkle my eyebrows. Did Dimhi really have all of these ideas? Vanessa giggles. I couldn't believe it either, but he was surprisingly as excited as Nesria and I. How nice of him, I grumble. Callias, is Dimhi the reason why you want to start over? Well, I don't like that another man contributed so much to our mating ceremony. She tries to suppress her laughter, but I catch a giggle. I send her a warning glance and she covers her mouth. It's actually adorable that her mouth twitches and her cheeks turn red to hold the laugh. I sigh while caressing her supple cheek. You can laugh, but don't make fun of me too much. I'm quite a jealous man, after all. She leans into my touch. I know and I love you as you are, but Dimhi had some really good ideas. I wasn't set on them because I wanted to go over everything with you. Then let's start with your dress arrangements. She nods and takes out a painting from a ceremony between a matron and a Sazgaroth. She hands it to me and points to the elaborate dress that's decorated with bloodstones. I already have an idea of where this is going. You want this kind of dress? With the bloodstones? I ask. I think they shine beautifully, she says sheepishly. I was thinking of a white dress, but I don't know if the red will look as good as in black. I see. White is typically traditional for human weddings. You wouldn't want to do the entire ceremony in demon tradition? Just the dress. But the rest I do want the traditional demonic ceremony. I'm happy to hear that. But I feel I should mention something about the bloodstones, I begin to say. Yes? Nesria and Dimhi mentioned that Sazgaroths only give them for their brides, right? She nods. And did they also tell you what those gems do? She presses her lips together. A flush forms on her fair skin. There's a sparkle in her eyes as she averts the intensity of my gaze. Well, don't you think it'll be a nice addition to our wedding night? I blink several times as her words ring through my ears. If I were to blush the same as she, my entire body would be colored red. Even so, heat radiates throughout as my never-ending desire for her blooms at this very moment. How can she be so fucking cute? I clear my throat as now's not the time to sequester ourselves in the bedroom yet. My love, those gemstones can be wielded by the brides as they see fit, whether defensively or not, because they're not humans. For you, it'll be like a powerful aphrodisiac. Oh, Nesria and Dimhi didn't mention that at all, she says as she covers her face. I take her wrists and pull them away. Don't get me wrong, if you wish for them, I'll look for a Sazgaroth immediately. But I will warn you, though. She stares up at me wide-eyed. There'll never be a moment when I tire of her adoring look, the brightest of blues that relieve my thirst in the red skies and black lands of Ikoth. I tip her chin towards me. If you decide to have bloodstones on your dress, just know that our wedding night can last days. The effects of the aphrodisiac will spread to me, and I won't stop myself from taking you as mine. She swallows hard. Is that so? I exhale deeply, closing in on her lips. Yes. Why would I want to control myself when I'll have you lusting for me so desperately? I wouldn't mind. Her legs twitch and move. The expression she wears when she's acting spoiled in bed appears. She wants to go further, and so do I. But I'd like to tease her a bit. Have her wishing for it until it's fulfilled. I smirk as I plant a kiss on her forehead instead of her puckered lips. Then you've been warned, I say. Dumbfounded at first, she slaps my chest. That's mean. You were teasing me. I poke her nose. It's all with love. You can take it out on me on our wedding night. You bully, she yells while hitting me with her small little hands. I can't help but laugh at her cute attempt to punish me. Her fists feel nothing more than little pats. I gently take her wrists once she's done letting out her frustrations. In the end, I'll benefit greatly from it. As I said, you can take it out on me later. I'd like to go over Dimi's ideas for our ceremony. Did he suggest customs from Vesnios? He knows I won't agree to any of that, I say as I take back the sheet of ideas. No, he wrote down about the demon ceremonies and compared them to the ones in Vesnios. I don't know much about demon mating ceremonies. I look over at the sheet again. Hold on, Dimi just wrote decorations and plans here? Oh, he did. I thought demons were invested in how it'll look more than the actual ritual. I sigh deeply, thinking how to reprimand Dimhi's stupidity. To think he was actually excited to plan the decoration instead. Typical Gorgon. To start off, only Sosgaroths are able to officiate our ceremonies. They are the ones that call on the gods and goddesses to bless or curse our union. They are also the ones that can bind us together, but it can make the ceremony last longer. If for some reason a binding is unable to happen, the couple can request their help after the wedding night consummation. Is the binding essential? I nod. It means that our souls will be tied together. If you die, so will I. If I live for centuries, so will you. The binding is also a way to mark you as my mate. Vanessa becomes pensive at my explanation. The binding is what I'm most excited about. It's the most important part of the ritual. We share blood in a chalice, and each have a taste while the ring of fire burns around. However, I worry that after tasting our blood, Vanessa will get hurt. There's a moment of high pain, as if burning to signify that we're binding together. We'll still wear the Masoa beads if she'd rather skip on the binding until afterwards. I tell her as much, but try to hide my concern of her rejecting that part of the ritual. She thinks about it for another moment until she responds. What are Masoa beads? She asks. They are made from the volcanic rock of Ikoth. According to our myths, we came from volcanoes when the gods breathed life into them. We wear them while we join hands to unite us. If you don't like the binding, we can just use... It's fine, she quickly says. I want to be bound with you as quickly as possible. Are you sure? I haven't heard how it affects humans. I'm afraid you might get hurt. She grabs my face, surprising me. Even my eyes are wide open as she firmly looks at me. I can deal with the pain if it means I'll be with you forever. I melt into a smile. Really? Really, now, what else does the demon ritual consist of? That will take some time.
Chapter 26. Vanessa. That will take some time, Callias says. I tilt my head sideways. Why? I thought the binding was the longest and hardest part of it all. He nods. It is, but demonic rituals are more complicated. To be honest, I don't think we'd be able to do every tradition since you are human. I jerk my head back. How much more complicated can it get? I'm prepared to deal with the pain of the binding contract. He didn't go into detail on how painful it gets, but it's difficult to measure our different pain tolerances. Either way, I want to do this right. I'm going to be his mate after all. If we don't do everything included in the traditional way, I'd feel like we're not actually completely mated. I lower my hands from his face, curiously waiting for him to explain more of his traditions. Remember how I said that Sosgaroths call upon the deities during the ceremony? Yes, it's to bless our union, right? What is there to worry about? Not exactly, my love. Sosgaroths call upon them to ask if they accept or reject our mating. If lighting strikes down on the chalice, the gods don't accept. It doesn't matter if we've done the binding, he explains. Oh, okay. But why would they deny us to be together? I bite my lip, already imagining a lightning bolt coming down on us after our vows. Has there been something like that? I ask, trying to calm my shaking voice. I don't think so. Then again, you wouldn't hear about it since the male would kill all the witnesses, even the Sosgaroth, he says a little too casually. He notices me biting my lip and playing with my hands. I don't blame them one bit. I would and will do the very same thing. I'd even go against the gods if it means to have you as mine. I quickly cover his mouth and look around the dining room. You can't say that. He smirks as he kisses my palm. I know, but I really won't let you go. Saying something like that won't get you on their good side. I don't want them to deny our mating, I say. I know, and neither do I. If it makes you feel any better, it's not a common occurrence. Some demons believe that when the gods reject a union, it's because they can see into the couple's future, if they'll be happy or hateful towards each other. It doesn't make me feel much better, since I know about his parents' marriage. Perhaps the lighting striking is also just a myth, and it's a part of the ritual as a form of respect towards the gods. Looking at Callias, I know he will never mistreat me in any way. I can trust my entire life to him. He's proven himself countless times. I have to remind myself that demon traditions run back for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Beliefs change along with the time. Maybe I'm just nervous over the whole thing. Vanessa? Callias pulls me out of my thoughts. I'm sorry, my mind wandered off. He sighs. All of what I explain is simply tradition. Tradition doesn't mean it's the correct way of doing things. If you would rather have a human ceremony. He's giving me the choice, but he tries to hide his disappointment. I know how much the traditional ceremony means to him. He always tries to make me happy, and it's only fair to do the same for him. I can't say I'm not nervous, but I have to think positively. I lace my hand with his. I want to do the traditional ceremony, Callias, I say with determination. What is the long and complicated part of it? We will have to recite an incantation to seal our union, word for word. It has to be perfect. That's not too bad. I'm great memorizing. In the ancient language, he finishes saying. My tone falls flat. Oh, that I have no idea about. My head spins from all these nitty-gritty details. I fear that the more I ask, the more complicated the ceremony will be. But to avoid any surprises, we should just make everything clear already. It feels as if we're going to do a set of trails to be together. What else does it take for us to get mated? I ask nervously. He chuckles and kisses my cheek. I promise that's it. I thought I'd have to explain every step of it and why it happens. We can practice the incantation together if you like. Wouldn't that have us mated before the ceremony, though? No, without a Sosgaroth it's impossible. Magic is needed for the ceremonies. Oh, okay, I say before letting out a relieved laugh. I feel much better about the whole thing. I was already prepared to go through more arduous trials than when I tried to earn my wings. He frowns at the last mention. The topic of me trying to earn my wings can be a little touchy to him. This is his jealousy emerging, but it doesn't last long when I suddenly kiss him. He eyes me suspiciously, having a hunch of what I'm doing. You can't use that to get away with whatever you want, you know. I shrug and poke his nose as he did mine. Let's just call it payback. A low but mischievous growl comes out of him. It's the start of him mercilessly tickling me. He nips at my neck and chest while I try to fight him off. My stomach hurts from laughing, but I have not escaped. When he tries to nip at my cheek, I manage to bite his nose and hold on to it. We both stop, me trying not to laugh and he processing what I'm doing. He pulls his face away, but I dig my teeth a little deeper. "This is something new of you," he says in a nasally voice. I'm in near tears. His deep and scary voice no longer sounds intimidating. "What did I say about laughing too much at me?" he scolds as he pinches my bottom. I squeal and respond by slapping his chest. As a result, I release his nose. "Tell me more about demon traditions, something different from the ceremony," I say, after I stop laughing. "What would you like to know?" I can finally use the question that lingered in the back of my mind. I've had it for a while, since now we're going to be married. I think it's safe to ask now. "Would you like children, Callias? Are children important for demons?" He blinks a couple of times. "I never thought of it before. As for the importance of them, that's really up to the matrons." "The matrons, why?" "A child born between a demon and human isn't heard of, unless done in absolute secret. You do know a matron's place in demon society, right?" "Yes, they're the ones in charge, given how uncommon they are. I've seen a fair share of matrons with a few mates, and how they deal with males annoying them. That's just the surface of what I actually know how vicious they can be. If matrons want children, they will have them. Some even choose to birth more than one at a time. Despite not being high in numbers, they are extremely fertile." "But how is that demon tradition?" "Demon births mean more soldiers for battle. The matron is the first demon the child will look to for strength and power, not the father. Usually, a birth happens within a year from the mating ceremony. Why do you think bloodstones are gifted to them?" My eyes widen. "For that purpose?" I wasn't kidding when I said if you have those gems, our wedding night can last days. While I eagerly look forward to it, I'm afraid the intensity will be too much for you. I want to vehemently deny it, but he could be right. A single night of us having sex takes a toll on my body. What if the bloodstone's effects will last more than a week? I had no idea matrons were such resilient demons. It makes me feel self-conscious about myself, my ability to give Callias children. What if I can't keep up with his libido? What if I can't have children at all? Matrons wouldn't have to worry about this. Even if it were a problem, they wouldn't care because they know what they're worth. They wouldn't be a frightful and meek woman like I am. What would people say about me being with a demon as powerful as Callias? Maybe that's why the ceremony needs witnesses and permission from the gods. What if the myth about the gods seeing our future is true? My parents' relationship is toxic, like they never even liked each other. I never had a good example of a healthy relationship. What if our relationship fails? Will he actually treat me like his father treated his mother? Will we just become my parents? Will I be able to smile through the pain? Everything comes down at once. The doubts, the insecurities, the fears, the regrets. I feel myself breathing hard, but I can't feel it through my lungs. My head feels hot, and my eyes burn with tears. "Vanessa, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Callias asks as he wipes my face. I can't stop them, and neither do the thoughts that overtake my mind. I can even hear myself sobbing.
Chapter 27. Callias. Taking a seat beside Vanessa, I gently lay my hand on the small of her back. Nesria silently enters. I motion for her to fetch us some tea. She nods and leaves the room. I cannot deny any of what Vanessa has just said. It's all true, but there is something that she's missed in her woe, something that I need to make her aware of. "My love," I say ever so calmly. "As right as you may be, there is something that I don't think you're quite seeing." Wiping her nose, she sniffles and looks up at me. My heart breaks when I see the agony in her eyes. I reach out and rub my thumb in circles on her cheek. "Vanessa, you are not your parents. Yes, they may have been awful to both you and each other, but trust me when I say this," I tell her, pausing to gaze deeply into her soul. "Not long ago you told me that you loved me. Even way before that happened, if we go back to when you first arrived at my mansion, I knew there was something special about you. Her frown turns into a smirk, the sight of which sparks a wave of joy inside of me. You are the singular greatest thing that's ever happened to me. And I'm not just saying that. In a world that grows darker with every passing day, you are the one constant that keeps it hopeful and bright. The only future I want is one where I have you by my side for the rest of time. She lays her hand on top of mine as I stroke her face, closing her eyes and seemingly relishing my touch. So don't you worry about not having a good example of healthy love. Let us be an example for future generations. Your love is all I need, Vanessa. I promise you that with my life. She leans forward for a hug, which I gladly take her in for. She plants a kiss on my face, leaving wet marks from her tear-stained cheeks. I'm sorry for getting worked up, she whispers in my ear. I run my hands up the back of her head, kissing her gently. Don't be, my love. You put too much pressure on yourself. I think you've suffered enough of that at the hands of others. Nasria enters quietly through the door, looking at me for approval to approach. I give her the all clear. Let us unwind and take our minds off of things, I say to Vanessa. We've let the outside world interrupt us enough for one lifetime. Nasria serves us our tea and bows before taking her leave. What about your work for the king? It seems like you always have somewhere to be because of him. That's true, I reply. And there is an upcoming business trip that I must take for him. However, I'll see to it that he doesn't bother us anymore after that. Vanessa inches closer and lays her head on my shoulder, sighing with contentment. All I want is to spend the rest of my days with you. Ask and you shall receive, I say, ending with a laugh. Soon come. I will be all yours. It is time to fulfill my promise to Vanessa and bring my professional relationship with King Vagthyman to a close. I only hope that it'll be on amicable terms. The guards shake with fear as I approach the gates, amusingly uncharacteristic of them. Callias, one of them says, his voice trembling. Are you here to see the king? The one and only, I reply with my menacing smile. I request a private meeting with him. Oh, of course. Not many people get to demand a private audience with King Vagthyman himself, not unless they are the leader of a nation or otherwise some other high diplomatic figure. I, on the other hand, have earned his respect. It's no surprise that he accepts my request. His personal guards escort me to the throne room. The king trusts me so much that he dismisses the guards, leaving only he and I to converse alone. I approach him, stopping to bow and kneel in a show of respect. I may have been planning to leave, but I did not intend to tarnish the honor we share. You may rise, Callias, he says proudly, like a father addressing his favorite son. You have performed exceptionally well over these last few months, even if you kept me waiting on that visit to New Solus. Thank you, my lord, I reply, rising tall to face him. Now then, why is it you are here today? Here goes. There is a matter of great importance that we must speak of. Oh, he quips. Let me guess, a development with the Xaphans? No, my lord. It's regarding my position working for you. Is that so? He says, his commanding tone bouncing between the walls of the throne room. It was my impression that you liked being kept in the shadows, to do my bidding while keeping your distance away from the royal family. Indeed, that is all true. But recently there have been changes, all of which warrant what I need from you. Stroking his chin, King Vagthyman leans back on his throne. Speak then, Callias, and I will listen. I have fallen in love, my lord. In love? He blurts, raising an eyebrow. Not with Xaphan, if that's what you're thinking, I say quickly. No, my lord. I have found a special woman to call my own. She and I have been discussing our future together, and we concluded that this line of work has no such place in my life anymore. The king nods as I speak. And so the time has come for me to retire from this role and settle down. I ask for your blessing to do this, my lord. I do not wish to burn this bridge, but I ask you to understand. He rises from his throne and marches down to face me. Anyone else would cower down, but I'm not anyone else, and the king knows this. He lays a hand on my shoulder. I get the feeling that you're not asking, but giving me a notice instead, Callias. Is this really what you want? You know I give you good money. Yes, my lord, but I'm certain this is what I want to do. There's no offer that can be made to change my mind, I'm afraid. Not even doubling the current rate? Not even tripling it, I say with a smile as I think of Vanessa. I must admit that I'm not pleased with your resignation. But you are not my slave. I do not own you. He offers his hand. I take it, and together we share a pronounced handshake. It's a sad day to see someone with talents like yours go. You've been a reliable man to call upon whenever I needed your help. Still, you have earned your retirement, and I wish you nothing but good luck for your future. Perhaps we will see each other soon. Preferably not, I reply, causing us both to laugh. I'll have a lump sum of money sent out to you. How does 250 nodals sound? Consider it a parting gift. I accept that most graciously. Farewell, my lord. Farewell, Callias. May good health and good fortune accompany you for the rest of your days. With that, I bow and take my leave. Exiting the palace for the final time, I begin my journey home, eager to begin the rest of my life with the woman I love. Now that my affairs with the king were taken care of, there is one matter of business left on my mind, that being Vanessa's family. I sent them off the other day without consulting her, and we have not talked about them since. I only wonder if they linger still on her mind. I pray that they don't. Vanessa deserves peace more than I do. Recalling what they put her through, I begin to ponder on whether her family is something she can put to rest in her head. If it was up to me, I'd have them banished from this land. But then again, it's not my business to decide. Should the subject of her family come up again, I need to support her the best way I can, I say to myself. Whatever the case, I'm not going to let anything else get in our way from this day on.
Chapter 28. Vanessa. I stand by the front windows in the lounge, keeping my gaze on the roads outside the mansion. Dimmy and Nesria are chatting over some tea behind me. Vanessa, the housemaid calls, drink your tea while it's still hot. Is there something on your mind? Dimmy asks. You're not thinking about Pasar, are you? Not quite, I tell him. I don't think he's coming back after what you and Callias did to make sure of that, I continue, raising an eyebrow at him in a humorous fashion. I suppose so, he jokes. Indeed, I'm no longer concerned about Pasar, or any Zafan for that matter. Instead, however, my family occupies my chain of thoughts. I still cannot believe that they came here. I look towards the patio where they were all gathered, remembering the look of grief each of them wore in their eyes. Whether my parents were genuine or not, I could not figure out, but my heart breaks for my siblings. It has me thinking about how I shut them out. Was that ultimately the right call? After all, I cannot rule out that it was Pashkar's presence that had caused me to react the way I did. I sip my roast tea and contemplate on what I must do. A few hours pass by, the time Callias returns home. I put aside my thoughts for the time being. How did it go with King Vagthuman? I ask. Very well. Callias beams. He accepted the resignation graciously and will gift me a lump sum as a retirement gift. So, in other words, we can bump up activity regarding our trading, Dimmy remarks. Very funny, Callias quips, but I intend on taking an extended break from work. There are more important things to attend to, he says, winking at me. Shall we eat? Nesria asks. After lunch, we see Dimmy at the door. I look forward to the ceremony, he says with a smile, shaking Callias's hand and then mine. Best of luck to you two in the meantime. Farewell. He takes his leave. Once he's off, I pull Callias aside, eager to share with him my thoughts from earlier in the day. I have to talk to you about something important. It's about my family. Your family, he retorts. Did they dare show up again while I was out? No, but I've been thinking about them a lot today. Let's go talk somewhere private. We make our way to his private quarters. He pours us a drink while I take a moment to gather my thoughts. Now then, as you were saying. Yes, I mutter, drawing myself up as I take my glass. When they came, the first thing my parents did was apologize. Are you sure? He asks in surprise. Yeah, believe me, I was in shock too. I chuckle out of disbelief. I didn't trust them at first, but so much was happening at once. Now that things have settled down, I cannot help but think if they really meant it. So what are you getting at, Vanessa? I think I should let the past remain in the past and bury the hatchet with them. Callias's mouth parts, his brows crossing in confusion. So let me get this straight. You want to let them back into your life? Not immediately. I'll likely keep them at a distance first. After all, I can't just act like nothing ever happened. Love, Callias groans. I'm not so certain that this is a good idea. You said it yourself. They have wronged you immensely in the past, and on more than one occasion, I might add. I know, but this is something that my heart is telling me to do. What makes you so sure that they deserve forgiveness? He asks. The more I think about it, the firmer I am believing this is the way to go, I say. It's not that they deserve to be forgiven, it's more so that I deserve to be at peace with my past. Letting it go is the only way I feel I can move forward unhindered. Callias leans back in his chair while he strokes his chin. After a while, he finally speaks. If peace is something you truly cannot have without absolving them of their grudges, then you should do it, I suppose. There's another thing, I quip. With your blessing, I would like to have them attend the mating ceremony. I'm fully okay with it, but only if you are. He sighs and leans forward on his elbows. I will not lie and tell you I'd be pleased to have them there, but they are your family, not mine. You are my mate, Vanessa, and your say matters. They may come. I will have Nesria prepare the guest rooms for their stay. Oh, Callias, thank you so much. This means a lot more to me than you realise. Anything for you, my darling. Is everything prepared for their stay? I ask Nesria. Yes, my dear. Vanessa, are you ready? Callias asks, sitting in an armchair behind me. As ready as I can be, I mutter. Just then, a carriage appears from around the corner. They're here! I rush to the doors, dusting myself off and drawing a deep breath to calm my nerves. Callias takes his place behind me, placing his burly hands on my shoulders. Nesria stands close to us, ready as usual to take any luggage. There comes a knock on the door. Nesria opens it, revealing my parents and siblings standing there. Troy and Sam wave shyly at me, perhaps intimidated by the demon. I step forward and usher them inside. Vanessa, thank you for your invitation. Can we just say again how sorry we are? Ludmil blurts. Please, there's no need for that right now. Come in first and get warm. We'll show you to your rooms. Nesria, would you mind? May I take your luggage? The housemaid asks. Ludmil and Teresa look up at Callias, who himself seems unimpressed. The mansion belongs to my mate here, Callias, I say with a smile. Callias sticks out his hand, my parents cringing ever so slightly. I introduce them to each other, awkwardly, so before I urge them to follow me. This way then, get settled in, and I'll come get you for an early dinner this evening. The evening meal begins just as I expected. Quiet and awkward, the only sounds being the soft chewing of food and the clutter of utensils against plates. My siblings are too shy to say anything, and I think that my parents do not yet feel they have the right to speak up. Callias isn't going to break the ice, so it seems like it's left up to me. May as well get this over with. Mum, Dad, I have to ask something. Why were you with Pasar? You know what he did to me, so it hurt to see you standing there with him. It's a complicated story, Ludmil says, not looking me in the eye. Teresa, maybe you can explain. Very well, she mutters, clearing her throat. I'll make it as simple as I can. Pasar came to us some time ago and informed us that you had been sold. Picked up by Callias. He spoke of atrocious acts being performed on you, but that you were willing to partake in them. And... She shifts uncomfortably in her chair. Sorry, I'm digressing. Anyway, he took us in for a while, feeding us, sheltering us, that sort of thing. Looking back on it, I regret believing what he told us about you. You clearly have a good life here, and I'm glad to see it. Just get to the point, Mum. How could you accept his help when you knew what he did to me? If I may, my father interjects. How could we deny ourselves food and a proper place to sleep, especially with Troy and Sam to look after? Please do not bring them into this, I say. It still doesn't explain why you were with Pasar and how you all ended up outside the door. Well, there is something I remember, Ludmil mumbles, rubbing his chin. One evening I overheard Pasar talking to himself. He mentioned Callias and something about King Vagthamun's family. Callias drops his fork. The room goes dead silent. I think it's best if you excuse yourselves from the dining room, he says calmly. Of course, Ludmil blurts, rising to his feet. Teresa, kids, let's go. Thank you for the meal. I wave at Troy and Sam as they disappear out the door. It all makes sense now, Callias says. I think Pasar was using your family to get to you so that he could get into contact with me and infiltrate the king's court. The evil, self-righteous prick. So my family was no more than a weapon against us, I reply. You should have killed Pasar the day he showed up. I see now that my family is truly seeking forgiveness. Look, I'm still not happy that they are staying here, but I cannot blame them for what happened. After all, you were all being strung along like puppets for play by the Zaphen. Now that you know the truth, can you still find it in you to forgive them? Knowing the bigger picture behind it all makes the thought of it more bearable, but it's proving to be harder than I thought. Still, I need to try. Maybe I need a one-on-one with them. I can't give up now, not when I feel like I'm on the edge of a breakthrough.
Chapter 29. Callias. You've been quiet recently, Callias, Vanessa says as she joins me in bed. I put down the book I was reading and open my arms for her to climb in. She cradles herself against my body and draws circles over my abdomen. You can imagine why I'm like this, I say, trying to hide my displeasure from her. But she knows me all too well. Is it because of my family? She asks. I frown. Despite what they said about that heathen Pasar, I still can't understand why you'd forgive them so easily. Before that wretch came into the picture, her family wasn't the most loving. At all. Vanessa told me enough about her freeloading parents. They just expected her to give, while they sat on their asses and watched their daughter suffer. Don't even get me started on the damned letter. The only reason why I let them in here in the first place is because of you, Vanessa. I know, and I really appreciate it. I just want our future together to start off with a clean slate. I look over at her, the sincerity in her voice and stare eat at me. At times like this, I hate how apparent our differences clearly are. She's sweet and kind, and I'm not. If it were up to me, I would have sold them off as slaves without Vanessa knowing about it. Many times throughout the day, I already picked up certain things I didn't like about her family. Her parents like to stare a lot and have no shame when getting caught. They think apologizing with a pathetic smile is enough. If they cause her any sort of distress, I clear my throat. You don't need to refer to me that way. Just Callias is fine, I tell him as I walk past to get breakfast done with. Vanessa left early with Nesria to go to the boutiques. She mentioned that if they can't find anything in Nixia, they might have to go to Sazerac. Just hearing that comment soured my mood for the entire day. If it doesn't get any better, I'll never hear the end of it from Dimi. The siblings are still eating breakfast, to my dismay. I really want to avoid talking to any of them as much as I can, at least until the ceremony's over. I can't let their presence not make me enjoy my union with my dearest Vanessa. Hello, I simply say as I sit at the head of the table. A servant quickly brings me my cup and plate when I notice an empty seat with unfinished breakfast. I point at it. Whose is that? I ask the siblings, my voice a little too demanding. They tense in their seat and I want to roll my eyes. The younger sister looks to her older brother to respond. He still has a hard time looking directly at me, just like the rest of them. It's my... Hello! I didn't know you'd join us for breakfast. I hear Teresa's voice at the dining room entrance. My jaw clenches. What's with their tone? Why does it feel like I'm the guest, and not them? Well, I'm here, I say curtly as she struggles to take a seat. She lowers her head and starts to eat, getting scraps on her fork while glancing over at me. I wonder why her insufferable husband isn't eating alongside them. Is their marriage so bad that they can't even eat together? Until I see him walk in with a plate in his hands. The servants bring the food to the table, I mutter without looking up. He chuckles. These are seconds. Everything was so delicious I couldn't help myself. I grunt. Great to hear. Where's Vanessa? Teresa asks, looking around the table. She went to get her dress for the ceremony, I say. Oh, I see. That's wonderful. I hope she can find one she likes. I don't comment at all and scarf my food to get out as fast as possible. They're a little too carefree to my liking, despite Vanessa only inviting them here just a day ago. I won't outright disrespect them unless they start, but I don't have to be around them. I get up. Enjoy your breakfast. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask the servants. Dumbfounded, her parents nod in understanding and go back to eating in silence. As I walk out the door, I hear Troy call out to me. See Calius? Yes, what is it? Is it okay if Sam and I play in the garden? We wouldn't want to break anything in your home, he says. You're free to do whatever you want. Just respect the rules of the house, I say while shooting a warning glance to Ludmil and Teresa. The siblings' face lights up. It makes me curious what they have in mind. Just to be sure, what do you two plan to play? Their eyes widen with excitement. Their eyes even sparkle at a simple question. And somehow, I'm led to the garden, promptly following them to learn about creeplay. Sam brings me a basket she pulled out of nowhere. Can we use these as hoops? She asks. Where would you even put them? She points at the statues that decorate the garden. I don't see where this kind of play's going, but I have to see it to the end. Troy brings out a ball I'm assuming he brought from home. Would you like to play, Callius? He asks, holding the awl out to me. I don't even know what game you're playing. It's easy. You just have to make sure the ball falls on the basket for a point. That's it? I ask incredulously. But you can only use your hips to make a score. No hands are allowed. You can use your feet for some help, but you need to use your hips to put the ball in the basket. Again, that's it. Sam pouts. Our version's easier. We see other kids lighting the ball on fire. Demon children, I assume? Well, only the ones that like to play with us. What kind of settlement did they live in? Demon children playing with them? But don't tell Nessa, Troy pleads. All right, fine. Let's begin already, I say defeatedly. And you can't use your tentacle thingies. That's cheating. Fine. Hurry it up so we can get this over with, I grumble as I throw the ball in the air. To say that I'm victorious is an understatement. Those two didn't stand a chance with me in the first place. I'll admit they do have some points stacked up, but nothing to my score. Troy and Sam lay flat on the ground, panting heavily. That's not fair. You're so strong, Troy complains. I scoff. You just realized that? I pick them both up by the arms and set the ball in Troy's arms. Keep playing if you like. I need to go. Oh, okay. Thank you for playing with us. I simply wave with my back facing them. I didn't think I'd spend until the afternoon playing with those two. When was the last time I ever played like an actual child? I didn't realize the time flew by until I noticed Timey smirking on the steps to the mansion. His shit-eating grin irritates me. What are you looking at? Getting along with the in-laws, I see, he muses. Shut up. I was simply making sure they didn't destroy my property. Yes, of course, my friend. Do you want me to wait for you to change, or will you go all dirty and musty? I roll my eyes. I'm fine like this. Let's go already. I don't want to return so late. With that being said, we go to the same tavern we frequent. He came before me and already arranged a table in a more private area. The tavern's not full as always, but I still appreciate his preparedness. I take a seat and can already smell the alcohol from my cup. This isn't amaranth, I say. No, it's Blackhorn. Have a taste, Dimhi says as he cheers with his cup. I sigh and drink, letting the strong and bitter taste wash through my throat. I gag and set the cup down. You know I hate Blackhorn, what the fuck? He chuckles. But what about the aftertaste? I taste the remnants of the drink and feel the smokiness of it settle in. There's a sweet and spicy touch to it. The aftertaste is the only pleasant part of this drink. Ready for the ceremony? He asks. Of course I am. You know, Callias, you can express your excitement about it. What will your bride think? I raise an eyebrow. That you stick your nose a little too much? What makes you think I'm not excited? Nothing else has been on my mind except that. He drinks again. I know. I just thought maybe your harsh personality would soften after being with Vanessa. Of course I'm different, but just with her. He scoffs while laughing. That hurts more than you think, but I'm really happy for you, truly. I hope you and Vanessa have a long and blissful life together. I smirk. You're too dramatic. Oh, lighten up, it's your bachelor's night. Drink until you can't walk. Cheers. Dimmy, you better not get me drunk, I mumble as I clink his glass.
Chapter 30. Vanessa. I'm woken up with a sweet kiss. I flutter my eyes open to see Callias's face up close to mine. Good morning, beloved, he says as he presses his forehead on mine. You slept quite soundly last night. Our ceremony's today. Then you have to leave now. Nesria's going to help me get ready, and I want to surprise you with my dress on. As you wish, beloved, he says after kissing me. Then he gets up reluctantly to leave the bedroom. But don't make me wait too long. I playfully roll my eyes as I watch him stare at me until he leaves the bedroom. Then I throw off the sheets to start off this wonderful morning with a nice hot bath. I open the curtains and windows to bring more life into the bedroom. I take all the essentials inside the bathroom and start the water to the hottest temperature possible. How am I even going to do my hair for today? Up? Half down? All down? I mumble as I roughly comb through my tangles. I submerge my entire body in the hot water. The sudden change of temperature shocked my body to prevent me from worrying so much. Everything will go smoothly, and we'll have the best day of our lives. I just have to think positively. Besides, Callias reassured me countless times that I have nothing to worry about. But there's this new weird thing with my parents, especially my mother. I was ready to cut them out of my life, but it just felt wrong to me not to have them in my ceremony. I get out of the tub with wrinkled skin and hair as beautiful as the nymphs. When I put on a robe to cover myself, I hear movement outside the bathroom door. Nesria, is that you? Yes, my dear, it's me, she answers. I tilt my head. Well, come in, I'm covered. Yes, dear, but I think you should come outside first. What? That's weird. Nesria just barges in after being given permission. I tighten my robe and pin my hair up before going out into the bedroom. Nesria's at the door with half her body inside. Once she sees me, she opens the door all the way, showing my mother standing there. Oh, good morning. Is everything okay? I ask her while I glance at Nesria. My mum meekly smiles. I just thought to help with your dress and all, maybe talk a little. Okay, I simply say, but out of instinct. Can you wait in the other room? That's where I'll get ready, and Callias doesn't let other people near here. She nods and makes an O with her mouth. I see. I'll wait for you then. When she leaves, Nesria and I exchange looks. She knows just as much as I do, but gestures for me to go into that room. It's fine, my dear. I'll help you when you finish talking. Go on, she says. Hesitantly, I walk into the other room through a door that connects from our bedroom. My mother stands over my lace dress that hangs over a tall mirror. She admires the fine stitchwork, embedded with bloodstones. Careful not to touch the gems. They have magic in them, I say. Magic gems for your mating ceremony. I see that mate of yours takes quite good care of you. He really does. I don't know if I should take her comment as sarcasm dripped with resentment, but I decide not to dwell on it so much. Things will be different with the way she talks to me. I gesture for her to sit on the chair across from me. What did you want to talk about? I ask cautiously, trying to calm my racing heart. Just a couple of things. Things that should have been talked about for a long time now. Okay. The air feels heavier between us, even though nothing much was said. But why am I the nervous one here? My mother sighs. First and foremost, I want to say how truly happy I am that you found a mate that cherishes you so much. I know you won't have to worry about anything, and you can just be happy with him. I bow my head. Thank you. Is that it? No. I also wanted to once again apologize to you. I cringe. You don't. I want to, she quickly says. I know you may think it's insincere, but I will even get on my knees to tell you how sorry I am for the way I treated you, that I wasn't the mother that you needed and deserved. It wasn't my intention to... My jaw involuntarily clenches. Not your intention. Mother, the only reason I did the damn trials was because of you. I literally gave my body and soul to help you and Father and Sam and Troy, but it wasn't enough for you. The last words come in a whisper. All the things I wished I could say want to come out like vomit. I can't believe she wanted to have this conversation the morning of my ceremony. I wanted to wait at least a few more weeks before we could have this talk. All I ever wanted was to be loved and appreciated by you and Father. You mostly since you're my mother. You even sent me that awful letter. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I let my anger and resentment get the best of me. Tears well up in my eyes. You told me that your life was ruined because of me. When they fall, she comes to sit with me. She hesitates at first, but she hugs me tight. I tense up, but let myself relax a little bit, relishing in the first genuine hug she's ever given me. Once I had enough, I gently push her off. I know I said I wanted to move on, but that doesn't mean it won't hurt less, I say, composing myself. Yes, I understand, believe me. I was relieved when you called for us. I thought the gods finally stopped punishing me. I move away from her. Punish you for what exactly? I was the one that suffered the most. I was the victim in all of this. She presses her lips together. Sorry, that was arrogant of me to say. Then just tell me everything you need to say. Stop talking in circles. There's a pregnant pause before she speaks again. I was bitter and hated myself after being a complete failure. It didn't matter what I did. I somehow always failed. When you came along, it was a mix of feelings, that I really couldn't do anything with my life anymore, and that you could have a chance to achieve what I couldn't. So you tried to live through me? I did, and I was wrong for it. I just wanted so desperately to achieve something, anything. Maybe that way I wouldn't be so pathetic. Mother, I understand you had a hard life full of disappointments, but that doesn't excuse your treatment towards me. She sighs sharply. For a moment it triggers me since she'd do that a lot before yelling at me. No, there's absolutely no excuse. It was all because I hate myself, how my life turned out. I didn't know what to do with all that anger and I unfairly lashed it out on you. Everything that I wanted to hear is now out in the open. It feels like a weight lifted off from my shoulders. However, we can never have a relationship where we pretend nothing like this happened. It can take years before we're like a normal mother and daughter. I just want to say... She looks up at me. Yes? I look directly into her green, tired eyes. I'll forgive you and Father, but I still can't forget the pain you put me through. She nods slowly. That's completely fair. I also want you to know that I won't let you or Father use me and Calais for your own benefit. We really weren't planning to. It doesn't matter. If you want to mend our relationship, it'll be at my pace. She stares between my eyes, but I don't avert them. She needs to know that I'm not weak anymore. She needs to know now that she can no longer take advantage of me. With a sigh ending in a smile, she responds. Okay. Thank you. I hope nothing falls out during the ritual, I say, looking in the mirror to a reflection I don't recognize. We just need a few pins here and there. Please don't poke me with them. I won't. I just worry that your hair may get caught somewhere here. It's gotten longer. Nesria will soon come in to help with my hair, but for now, it's a quiet moment while my mum tries to help me with my dress. It's heavier than I remember, but she's careful not to touch the gems or rip anything. It's quiet but not suffocating. It feels nice. My shoulders aren't tense. I don't grind my teeth. My palms aren't clammy. This is the normalcy I desperately yearned for. She fumbles here and there, but she's trying her best. The morning feels refreshing again, underlying with excitement. This new day is going to bring many different changes, and I can't wait.
Chapter 31. Calius. The air in Nixia has never been brighter or sweeter or crisper than it is on the day of my mating ceremony. I inhale deeply as I stand on the balcony outside the library and stare down at the gardens where the mating ceremony will take place. Are you ready? I finished the bracelets. Dimmy speaks from behind me, and when I turn I see that he is holding up the most important aspect of the ceremony. Thank you. I let out an exhale of relief, and Dimhi rolls his eyes at my irrational anxiety. I always knew that Dimhi would finish the bracelets on time after we obtained the Masoa rock last night. But this is my mating ceremony, and I want everything to be perfect. Daimi goes over to the little glass table that stands in the corner of the library and pours himself a drink, which he swigs back quickly. He licks his lips and runs a hand over his head before he comes over to stand on the balcony next to me. Well, it looks like our freewheeling bachelor days are over, Dimhi says lightly, though I do not miss the hint of regret in his voice. Mine are. Yours aren't. I nudge him with my elbow. But maybe you want to think about settling down? I don't know about that. There are so many beautiful women out there. I cannot see myself just settling for one. You say that now. My voice is contemplative. And then you find the one. You find your mate. And nobody else can match up to them. Dimmy inhales sharply, and it is almost a gasp, and I do not turn to look at him. Instead, I let him have a silent, private moment. When he speaks again, his voice wavers slightly. At least we had fun last night. I do turn to look at him then, as I remember how we went searching for the best miso rock we could find. Yes, but I'm never getting that drunk again, I tell him, and my stomach turns as if it too remembers everything that happened last night. Daimhi laughs loudly, and his voice echoes off the trees outside the balcony, and a flock of birds shoot up into the sky. You wanted the best miso rock. You could have bought it, but you wanted to find it yourself. You didn't need to bring an entire gallon of amaranth on our search, I grumble as we walk back into the library. We needed the fortitude. You decided to do this at the very last minute, and you also decided to do this just as the sun was setting. I had no choice. Dimmi's voice is almost indignant, but when I look at him, he's smiling indulgently at me. Okay, maybe I should not have asked you to go searching with me in the dark. I will concede to that, and only that. Dimhi and I walk to my chambers, the chambers I now share with Vanessa, where he helps me to put on the complicated traditional demonic clothing. As he ties the ribbons behind my back, I think about the commitment I am about to make. I have no qualms or fears about it. My search for the best miso rock in all of Ikoth is proof of that, I think. When we are finished, I go over to my side table and unlock it, to remove the velvet box I have been hiding since before I asked Vanessa to become my mate. The box is large and square, and when I open it, Dimmy lets out a low whistle. I wanted to make Vanessa feel more comfortable, so I did some research on human weddings. One partner usually gives the other partner a jewel-encrusted circlet and 2 jewel-encrusted anklets to wear to the wedding. I turn and hand the box to Dimhi. Will you please deliver this to her? He nods silently and then pockets the miso bracelets. I follow him out into the hallway where we part, and I walk to the garden. Nesria is outside and is fiercely ordering around the servants that we hired for the day. She flaps a tablecloth at one of them who is arranging one of the many bouquets of flowers that adorns every flat surface. For the love of the gods, please don't make me curse you. The flowers are supposed to cheer up the guests, not depress them. If I have to curse you, I will. The Sazgoroth demon isn't just good for mating ceremonies, you know? I let out a gruff laugh and walk over to Nesria, who glares at me. And you! She snaps at me, and I take an involuntary step back and lift my hands in surrender. You're supposed to be spending time with your future family. I've had to entertain the Harahels for their entire visit. Do you think I like talking to that old boozer? Okay, I say quickly, my voice as soothing as I can make it. I promise you won't have to talk to them for the rest of their visit, I tell Nesria, who snorts and then stomps off in the direction of the kitchen. I walk around the garden and inhale the sweet air. The Sazgoroth demon arrives a few minutes after Nesria leaves, and I greet him gratefully. He did come all the way from Sarzirok to do the ceremony. Soon, Vanessa's family comes out and takes their seats. Daimhi joins me under an arch of flowers. Vanessa, with Nesria by her side, materializes from the mansion just as Vanessa's parents stand. My breath catches in my throat at the sight of Vanessa, who is radiant. She wears a pale yellow dress that falls gracefully around her frame. Her golden hair is piled on top of her head, and the circlet sits neatly on the crown of her head. The Sazgoroth clears his throat loudly when Vanessa comes to stand by my side. Daimhi comes over to us, and Vanessa and I join hands. The Sazgoroth starts to chant in demonic tongues as Dimhi takes the Masoa bracelets and wraps them gently around our joined hands before knotting them tightly. We are instructed to recite our vows once the Sazgoroth has finished chanting. Together we remain bound, Vanessa begins, and her voice shakes slightly. Bound by rock and love, and bound by the blessings of the gods. Together we remain bound, melded by fire. Together we remain bound, throughout the night and into the day, for now and all of eternity. Vanessa starts crying when I recite the same vows that she has just said. She grips my hands more tightly, and the Misoa bracelets click together, but the bracelets do not snap from the movement. Together we remain bound, my voice rumbles as I come to the end of my vows. Throughout the night and into the day, for now and all of eternity. Everyone falls silent then, as the Sazgoroth demon peers up at the sky, craning his short, thin neck, as he looks to see if the gods and goddesses will disapprove of our union. It looks as though the gods and goddesses do not disapprove of your mating, the Sazgoroth demon says, and he sounds almost disappointed. Of course they don't, you idiot, Nesria snaps, and stands up to walk quickly back to the kitchen. Vanessa's younger sister lets out a giggle. Daimhi whistles and claps, and soon everyone is either laughing or cheering. Vanessa and I move carefully. We cannot take the bracelets off for a while, and we don't want to, so we remain literally bound for the night. Tables that line the clearing in the garden are carefully filled with food under Nesria's careful supervision. Nesria was also sure to hire an orchestra made up of gorgons and, to my surprise, some unseelie fae. They break out their instruments as our guests make their way over to the food. Dimhi is the first to make a toast. Vanessa is at my side, and the circlet on her golden head shines like fire in the setting sunlight. Here's to many happy years as mates, Dimhi says, and gulps down some amaranth. And don't worry, I won't be giving you both that much space now that you're mated. You'll still be seeing me every day. I let out a loud groan, and Vanessa throws her head back and laughs. We all start dancing sometime during the night, although I do not know when, mostly because I am too drunk to remember. The bracelets come off carefully, unbroken, around dawn, and Nesria snatches them out of hands. I don't trust any of you to take care of something so precious, she tells us hotly as she pockets the bracelets. I grab her by the hands and pull her into an embrace, and I am glad to feel her body softening against mine. "I'm proud of you, my boy," she whispers in my ear and pats my cheek gently. I always forget how small Nesria is until we are close to one another. And for the first time tonight, she looks old and fragile. I swallow as I remember how really, truly formidable she is and has always been. "You made the right choice. Now you won't be alone forever." I kiss her cheek softly and place her gently on the ground. The look of age disappears from her face in a second, and soon Nesria lifts her skirts and joins Vanessa and her siblings, who are still dancing. I finally have a family, I think to myself, as I examine Nesria, who now looks younger than ever. Finally,